All right, let's try this again. Apologize for having some technical difficulties in the background. What is going on with YouTube? YouTube's not going to get me down this morning, though, are they? Looks like YouTube chat's down. All right, it's what it is. Can't tell if chat is open yet or not. Any of you guys out there see check? Anybody check in and tell me if chat is up? Can somebody make a comment? Yeah, I can't see chat. I see YouTube chat, but I don't see Twitch chat now. All right, I'm going to have a problem reading your chat this morning. That's okay. Good morning out there. I'm going to have a hard time seeing some of... Looks like some of your chat's coming through right now. I'm having some issues this morning with YouTube and Streamlabs, how they interact. Happy Thursday to you all out there. Hope you're all very happy this morning. I know that we'll wait till everybody gets in. We'll chat about it. We got a lot to go over this morning. RTY, SPOOs, ES, and Q, DIA, baby. Live stream. Give me just a quick second here. Twitch and YouTube. I gotta do one quick thing. Just one quick moment here, guys. I apologize. I fail to post the stream on Twitter every day. I forget. I should ask somebody to do this for me on my handle. We have people that actually manage my handle here. It's not always me that's on the handle. Let me see here. I think that's good. All right. So, we have a lot to go over this morning. We have a lot to go over this morning. I know the close yesterday. Let's start with yesterday's close. It's not easy being a trader, is it? We all know that, right? It's not easy being a trader. Yesterday was a fine example of trying to catch exposure to the upside on the downside movement of the bell, right? And then if your thesis isn't broken, sticking with it. It's important. It paid off well this morning. It paid off. It more than paid off this morning. It covered the attempts yesterday into the bell, and of course left me with. I think it left me with. It left me with about 17, close, almost 16 something, on the week, which is pretty good. So, I'm pretty happy. And then I got I had some other spreads that paid very well too earlier in the week, but this week's been outstanding. The whole leg up to, matter of fact, this end of year has been fantastic. It's been fantastic. And with limited exposure too, which is even nicer, is that we're able to get exposure. You're able not, like, you have exposure, but you don't have, I'm not getting trapped in like the doom October black swan shit that everybody's talking about, right? So you have like exposure to making money, and I'm not getting like, it's not like I'm trapped in SPY for 2 years, 3 years, something like that. So all around, it's very good. Now, we got a lot to go over today. We have a ton. I wanted to say more in the brief last night, but it's better to do in person. That's why we stream. To be honest with you, we stream because information changes. Furrows like to sell you stuff, so they have to be like, they tell you every side of it because they know they're not going to talk to you until the next day. Here we can go as we can make changes as we go along, right? On thesis on all of it. So let's take a quick look at the market, and let's chat about the market really quick. We have a lot to go over, so we're going to talk about all this stuff this morning. And I had some great questions last night. I was writing the brief and I didn't have a chance to answer them, and they're questions that need to be answered. And I want to explain myself on those questions from last night. So we're going to look right now at the trigger screen. Well, the first thing we're going to look at is let's look at Gamma really quick. So here's Gamma. And what I want to show you here is, or what's important here to start is that we have a gap, right? We got a couple gaps. I want you to remember this, okay? There's some stuff here that I want you to remember. I want you to remember this gap right here, right? Because this was kind of filled, right? This one was left behind over here, right? Just note those on SPX. You could note them on ES if you wanted to. And you could theoretically say that this gap was closed. All right, you could, I guess, say that with this bar right here, but then there's a giant gap still right here, right? We left another gap behind right here. Now, the call wall currently sits at 57.50. 57.25 is local resistance. You can see this is top of the market, 5,800, 218 million on 57.50, 57.25, 109 million. Let's see if we can show this to you guys closer. And now they're pounding price down right now, right? So I'm assuming you guys are all bared up on this. I'm assuming a few things. I'm assuming that this morning you're all like, that's the top, and we're going down to the depths of hell. I'm going to make that assumption right now. I'm going to short this, and I'm going to revenge fuck this whole market. That's my assumption here. We're too high, too high, too high. So that's what a lot of this conversation is going to be this morning. And, you know, we got to close this gap down here. We'll close it today or tomorrow, all that other stuff. I don't know if I care if we do or don't, or if we go there right now. I really don't care. But we need to really talk about this because there's more important information that you need to be aware of here. We're going to go over it right now. We'll come right back around to this as the day moves forward and into tomorrow. I'll start you with this. I want to start you with this. Tomorrow is Opex. They tend to park the bus once we get into tomorrow. And Thursday, we have some after effects of Vixpiration. Vixpiration wackiness can take place on VIX day. It can take place the day before or even the day after. Then we've got some like monthly capture stuff for end of the month. We've got spreads that matter. And then we like roll into, listen to this closely. When we roll into Opex, right? Gamma on the market, that's importance begins to roll off. And it rolls off into Friday close. And then as we come into next Monday, the market is free to move a little bit until new month flows comes in for October. And that movement, all else equal, can be up or down. Mostly if we're up, you'll hear sellers and Gamma people tell you that, if we're up, window of weakness, right? It sounds great. It's got good juice to it. Makes, if the market's going up, makes a seller feel good. How, I mean, can you trade that? No. It's accurate about 50 or 60% of the time. But that's not accurate enough. I'll be honest with you. If you're a trader, an investor, you need to be accurate 70 to 90% of the time. That much. For your taxes, for bad runs, for you go on a run of only making 20, 30%, you're not paying your taxes. One whammy, you're fucked. Go on a bad run, a string of losses. I mean, you really do need to be about 70 to 90%, or at least have a few big bangers in there. So like a mix of all of that. You should be striving for that. That doesn't mean you will every time, but that's what you're pointing towards. Like I'm making 7 good trades here, like literally. And it's not good enough running a wheel for 7 to 9 trades and only making 20, 30% because you already know that one bet, that one ding is going to wipe you out. And you're going to then at the end of the year only make less than 20%. You could have just bought the SPY, right? Like you're going to remember that you're trying to outrun S&P 500. That's the goal. If you can't outrun S&P 500, you just buy the S&P 500. I don't care if you're a seller or a buyer. You just buy S&P 500 on a major low every year. You can usually do it 3 or 4 times at minimum every year, even in a bear market. Literally, even in a bear market, you can buy the S&P 500 seasonally. So, and that's remember that seasonal part there that I'm talking to you about this morning. So, keep that in mind as this conversation continues. So, and you can see right now it's being bought back up, okay? I'm sure some of you are watching this program right now and you're short as fuck. So I want you to realize that local support here is 275 million. Okay? So you're going to need to do a lot of work. It's not good enough that you break below it. It's not good enough to break below it. You then need the new low to begin to get bearish. Why? Someone can say I shorted the open and I closed. And you can hear that on social media all day long. And they always come afterwards and tell you. But that's not how you make money shorting. It's not how you make money being short. It's always following rules. Because you want to be right 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. And the statistics just don't agree with you that you're going to be right. They don't. There have been multiple white papers done about this on how to have an edge on the market. Do you understand me? You end up getting trapped and you get run over. So we're going to talk about that more this morning as the morning goes on, because that is in relation to some of the questions that I had last night. And we'll get into it. So as of right now, support is 5,700. Local, that would mean that you're trying to buy a dip. Number 2, local resistance is at 57.25. The high target is 57.50 on SPX. Okay? I was hoping I could get there, believe it or not, on the opening bell this morning, but we didn't, and I'm like, I'm not going to sit in this trade while trying to stream all day long and get fucked, because I've been fucked doing that. I actually had a long side of a hedge that I left on, and I left it on too long. I made more money, but most of the time they go against me. So I usually get fucked. I forget about a trade or a leg that I leave on and all that kind of shit, and I get fucked, so I closed this morning. Anyways, we got to look at some stuff here, okay? We're going to go to the trigger screen now. And I'm sure you top ticked it. I'm sure you closed it. I'm positive. For the rest of us, you probably got smoked or are getting smoked right now. So, and we're going to talk about that later this morning, because I got asked some questions last night that are very important, and I need to answer them for people. So let's top line take a look at the market. Open up your charts at home. We're going to look just on a 4-hour basis and make this very simple, just like yesterday. I'm having issues this morning with what's going on? I'm having issues this morning. Give me a second here. I might have to turn the stream off again. Hang tight here. I'm going to turn a bunch of stuff off here. Give me a quick second. Okay, we're good. We'll get this done, I promise. So we're going to look at a 4-hour basis on SPY, okay? 4-hour candles. We can look at a daily. We can start there if you wanted to. Want to start there? That daily candle right there from yesterday is roughly where we are, right? We can start right there. All right, we'll just start right there. On a daily basis, that's support. Let's get rid of all this stuff right now. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that. That's really what you need to know. Okay. That candle right there, that level right there is what you really need to know. Let's go to a 4-hour basis. And we've got that candle, right? We could actually go a little bit lower. Do you see this low down here? So we'll make that a little bit lower. Okay, we can go that low down there. And let's look at some more stuff. So this is the first candle of the day right here, right? This morning. We have this candle from 4 a.m. So we know we also have, we could, if we swept the low, put that candle in, or that block right there. Block. On a 4-hour basis, all we really need to know right now, isn't it? We've got intraday trend. We've got daily trend. That's really what you need to know. Just that right there. This gap right here, you don't have to care about that. I don't really care. I really don't care if we sweep down and back up. I care if we sweep down and reject and make a new low. That would pique my interest for a move down here. And the same thing for this block down here. Don't even care about that. But I do care about that if we get a new low. Fairly simple, right? Not hard. We're not doing that right now, right? We don't have this situation yet, do we? And if we even break down here, it's just another opportunity to catch a dip, right? To go higher. So we're dip buyers right now, aren't we? We're not sellers. We're buyers, aren't we? Have we lost intraday trend yet? No. Have we lost daily trend yet? No. And we're in Opex, aren't we? Remember that? I said that earlier. Opex. Opex is tomorrow. They drive us to where the Opex price is, where all the spreads are. They park the bus on Opex. That's tomorrow, right? We have some upside targets, don't we? Have some upside targets. Right now we're trading 570.28 on SPY. 570.07 on SPX. That would say what to you? Roughly 575, I told you. Roughly, right? Is the target up here, right? Let's now put in some pivots. See what we got up here. Hey, look at that. For Thursday, we've got RTX sell. Up here, right? We'll make that red. We've got R3 up here. Let's put that down lower right there, R3. Right? We've got R2. Get rid of this one now. We don't need that. Look at that. R1 is right on that order block right there. Pivot point right here. Change this out, maybe a different color. I like a different color. Make it white. Just write PP. PP for my PP, right? S1, we can probably swoop down here, can't we? Put that down there. Make that yellow. It's about as far down as bulls can go, huh? So if you're a bull, you could probably say, hey, if we get a dip buy, that's about as low as we can go. Put the pivots. We'll come back to the doom stuff below it. We got a mission here, don't we? Got a mission. We got an idea of what's going on. And what are we doing right now sitting on 5,700 on SPX Gamma? What are we doing right now? Tell me. We're creating another what? 4-hour block down here, aren't we? Look at them buy it. They're buying it right now, aren't they? Look at them. They're closing the door on you, aren't they? Look at them. Look. They're telling you no, aren't they, at the moment? We're not there yet. We'll find out more information as time goes on. That block is not done yet. But here's a 1 hour block right here. So we could probably draw that in too, can't we? On an hourly basis. Whoop, right there. We could probably put some information so we don't forget, right? 4 HR right there. 1 HR right here. Right? Not bad, right? They bought the hell out of that half an hour target, didn't they? Now we're going to scroll down to the 30-minute basis. Yeah, looks a lot different now, doesn't it? Than sell everything. 1 minute basis. And what do we got here? We got resistance, resistance, jumped above, resistance, told fuck you no. And you figure they're going to park the bus into Friday, right? Got Opex, right? We talked about Opex earlier. Hold on here. What the hell is going on? So you figure they run us up and over into Friday, maybe? Park us on what? Zeros and fives? 570, 575. Posted that last night on Twitter, right? Give me a magnet of 570. Let's take a look at something else right now. See if we can get our divining rods out. JPM collar. Oh, look at that. JPM collar. Look at that. So we're running up right now. Hold on here. Why is it so, who made that transparency that low? And that's a nasty-ass yellow, isn't it? Cranking up here, slamming up like a magnet. What kind of roll is this? Is it like that, then down? You know, is it slam above, then down? What is it? What are we doing? I don't know. Do you? Are we actually coming all the way down here? Probably not. Can we target this? Reject down here? Extra bank if we go down here? Possibly. Can we structure our trade so that if it does break above on the start of the month in October, that we can still capture that trade? Probably. Can we target November 15th, possibly, to get that roll down? Probably. Maybe we structure a hedge, and maybe you're telling yourself out there, I'm bearish. But I want to also think about the upside risk to that trade. Maybe we go up there first. Maybe we go up there first before we drop down. Maybe we don't go all the way. I'm super bearish here. So maybe I rein in my expectations, right? So I can capture that. And if we go down, I can get more aggressive or begin to max out that hedge. So if your thesis is, and then you think about the consequences, if it doesn't go your way. We're going to talk about that more this morning, too. So let's look at some prior examples. Look at this one right here. Slam, slam, then down. Making a little bit of money in here, making a lot of money down there. Okay, gotcha. I wonder who is super bearish right here. Got shaken out or squeezed out, then watched this happen and got really upset. I called it, bro. Yeah, but you called it here. And you didn't account for this first, right? Look at that one. Up and over and down. No love. Fuck you. Big old fuck you. So what? We come up here. You're bearish for here. You're counting for that there. Doesn't happen. What would pay you? What hedge would pay you here? What bearish trade? Tell me in the chat. I'll tell you right now. Bear ratio spread. Up here, you're actually printing. Your long side is gang gang. You could actually have still left your short side on. Cleaned up, you'd make more than break even or 5%. You'd probably be up 20% on that hedge trade, even if it goes against you. No, I got to be a Superman. I got to tell everybody I'm short. Fuck you. And even when we come down, fuck you again. Look at that bad boy up there. Woo! Woo-hoo-wee! So we're going to talk about how to structurally hedge yourself as we move forward so that you're either breaking even on that hedge or you're making money on that hedge if we go up, or you are getting bank on the way down. Make sense? You only get more aggressive shorting all-time highs When we begin to break what? Support. We break 4-hour daily. We get into some negative gamma. We get the hourly trigger breaking over the daily trigger. We catch a new low. You get more and more and more bearish. That's when you get bearish. That's when you call tops. You don't need to be out there pointing your finger and saying that's the top for internet cred. You shouldn't be consuming content and validating people that make their money with guest appearances on the internet tubes and CNB bullshit. It's not where you get your data. It's not how they make their money. Make their money by telling shit to you that gets your heartstrings going so you can whack off at home to it. It's not how people make money in the market. You don't need to be calling tops. You need to, it's real money. It's how you stop working jobs. Isn't that the goal? Pay down your debt, meet a handsome boy. You know what I mean? Get your kids braces. I don't know. Get your dog a new leg. Build a tree fort in the backyard. Get that Tesla you always wanted, even though you shit on them on FinTwit. Whatever it is. Whatever it is that floats your boat. Pile of cocaine. Back stroking through it. Woohoo, baby. Bruce Springsteen concert in Ashbury Park in New Jersey last night, by the way. Whatever you're doing, right? So, let's talk about hedging. So we got to talk about hedging. We have a lot to talk about, actually. We're going to get a couple things out of the way. First thing that I got asked last night was, Captain, why do you trade SPY? I'm going to answer that for you right now. I trade SPY mostly because I use it as a honeypot. We made this show for one important reason. We had a small group of friends that I traded with. And I was dumbfounded how many traders oh, let me just check that, make sure I didn't move that wrong. I was dumbfounded how many traders out there did not have basic tools. I couldn't believe the number of traders that my friends, they would say things to me like this. I'll be honest. They would say things to me like, Spot Gamma told me this. And I would say, what? Unusual Whales told me that. And this is no offense or slight to Spot Gamma or Unusual Whales or anyone else out there. But literally, that's what I would be told. And I would say, what does that mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean? That's how you trade? Like, how do you actually trade? And they couldn't tell me. So I'm like, we got to go over some simple ass shit. You know who's really good at this? Mr. Yen. Think about how many times Mr. Yen says to you, or at least when I watched him, he would never say like, these guys said this and those guys said that and these guys said this. He would repetitively sit with you online all day long and teach you basic shit. Why? So that you have basic tools that you can use in and out, day in, day out, regardless of the news, of the narrative, of the bullshit, of the service, of this, of that. Things that you can use, like a box. You have a box. You open the box every morning, and you take out a hammer, take out some nails, take out a screwdriver, and you do it every day, again and again and again and again and again. And if it's working, you keep doing it. And if one day it doesn't work 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day, you adjust it. You go, fuck, that wrench doesn't work anymore. I got to find a new wrench. Make sense? Simple, right? So why do I trade SPY? I trade SPY because it's a honeypot. I know that new traders, I know that traders that have been in the market for maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they likely trade memes. They likely trade the hot stock, whatever's hot stock right now. Whatever meme's been up, whatever meme was trading $5, now trading $300. And you're getting long, and you're tired of losing. How many new traders do you talk to and they go, I love the S&P 500? Rare. So you get young investors, young traders. They come in with crypto, memes, hot stocks, NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, whatever. And you're like, do you trade SPY? Do you trade Qs? Do you trade DIA? Do you trade IWM? No? Do you trade SPX, ES, all these other products? No. What's the easiest? Probably DIA, then maybe IWM. SPOOS is fairly easy. SPY, simple, approachable, cheap, easy to understand, moves a little bit faster, not and Q fast, right? That's fairly good. All of those indexes you can come back to any day of the week if your favorite stock's not working. Your meme, your hot stock. It's like a gift that keeps on giving. Any day of the week, you can go to any one of the 4 major indexes and trade it. And you should be learning all 4 indexes because why? Those are the mechanics and the drivers of the market, aren't they? Do you really think they're selling NVIDIA, Microsoft, all these other stocks at the same time and SPY's going down? No. We have electronic trading today. If we were paper trading like they were before 87, they couldn't reconcile that shit, could they? Today they can. Scam market. But you can trade the SPY, the Qs, DIA, IWM, any day of the week. Any day of the week. It's liquid every day. SPY in particular. Most traded product in the market, SPY. It is the entry-level drug for you to stop losing money and become a competent, lifelong, or amateur retail trader. Full-time. So it's a honeypot. It's a bridge for me to meet you and say there's another way. So I meet you and I say, hey, look, you can trade this day in and day out, every day of the week, whenever you're ready. If your stock's not moving, you know how your favorite stock gets, maybe everybody's on your favorite stock for a week or two and then they disappear. They stop talking about it on FinTwit and Wall Street Bets and you're like, what about me over here? What about my favorite stock? Last week you told me that was the best one, bro. S&P every day, NQ every day. Are you going to trade futures as a new trader? No. Are you going to trade SPX every day? No. Are you going to trade ES? No. You ever watch a live stream of ES traders? They're up at odd hours. They're on for 45 minutes one night, an hour the next night, 3 hours another night. How many times have you watched a futures trader stream? They get on and they go, I think this is going to happen. It doesn't. They turn the stream off and walk away. That's boring, isn't it? It's boring. How many people are watching that shit? 200, 100 people? Why? It's like old men like me. So we do this kick-ass fun show. I sneak you in here and I go, hey, there's a better way, man. You can still trade Tesla, NVDA, GME, whatever it is you like. ASTSTI, TITTS, whatever it is you want, POT. I don't care what you're trading. But I know one thing. If I can get you to look at the S&P 500 through SPY, I can then get you in my Discord. And if you get good, we introduce you to people that trade SPX, ES. We introduce you to people that will say to you, maybe you should start buying that S&P 500 and selling options on it. Then we say to you, hey, you know those memes you trade? We have stock traders that trade them before they become meme. You want to meet those guys? You want to trade spec growth? We got guys that do that, like Winky, right? And we're giving you tools that you can apply that work on SPY with any other stock, ticker, symbol, issue, whatever you want to trade. Don't they work? They work everywhere. Get that squeeze up there and trade me up there and tag that 571.50, please. Now you've got a bucket full of tools. You've got some symbols that you can trade day in, day out. You're looking like a journeyman. And there's something else here that's important that I don't talk about a lot. And that is we have older people, boomers, old women and men that won't be here in 10 years. They won't. They will be retired. Floor traders, no more. Active trading in offices, waning. You have an entire generation of people that you are going to lose as a source of knowledge. And you are the next generation as a retail trader. You might not think you are right now, but you will be in 10 years. You will be in 20 years. You will be the Helen Meisler, right? You'll be her in 10 or 20 years. People will look up to you and say, what do I do? When you look at a guy like Jedi Marcus, he is the calm hand of FinTwit, isn't he? He's the guy you turn to when you're freaking out. And he's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? Because he's seen it all. And you need to suck that up like a sponge. Because one day, you're going to be that guy. Maybe not as good as him, but one day, you should be there for the younger generation of retail traders. People are going to look towards you when you're 60 and 70 and 80 to say, what the fuck happened back then? I've never seen this before. And you go, oh, I've seen that shit before. I've seen it. I've seen it. And this other guy explained it to me when I was younger. This other guy told me that shit happened back in the 80s. Happened in 2008. Happened in the 70s. And so you need to carry that on for the next retailer. It's not just I got mine. We're retail traders. It's a very powerful thing. And at no time does Wall Street want you nor me to create that next generation of retail trader. I say fuck them. Fuck every last one of them. I want to be a part of making the next generation of retail trader. If I can do that, I'm sure I'm pissing someone off in Wall Street. And that's fine. Fuck them. You can be a trader. You can be a retail full-time trader, change your life, And then you can also pass that shit along one day when you're older. Spoos trading 571.69 right now. Do you know who else did this for retailers? The original Wall Street bets. There were professionals that took a shine to retailers. The OG Wall Street bets had real pros that would watch dumbasses trading, pick out a few of them and say, you know, that guy's got he's got a chance, that guy over there. That gal over there's got a chance. Let's show them how to make money in the market. See if they listen, shut up, and become a better trader. And they did. Well, they're the guys on Twitter now that make bank, retailers. Those guys were used to all be on Wall Street bets and poor. So you just keep you find those pros, and those pros will work for you. They'll help you. Listen up, dumbass retailer. I'm going to teach you how to make money. So you write it down, you listen, you listen, you listen. You lose some money along the way. You have no time in the market. But over time, you get better and better and better as a trader. So it's a honeypot. That's why I trade SPY. It's because it's flashy, and it's the bridge between flashy and boring. And hopefully when you get in with us as a group, our community is free, by the way. It's fucking free. You get to what? Then do more and different things and go, hey, I can make a lot of money doing all this other shit. It's really cool. It's amazing. It's boring as fuck, but it pays the bills, doesn't it? It gives you a career. Gives you cool shit you can talk to other people about, right? Fun, isn't it? And you make those motions and you become a better trader, better investor, and you live your life really, really well. It's a fun, it's awesome. There's nothing like it. It's a gift. I remember one time Mr. Yen said some shit one time and it changed my life. He was like, you've been given a gift. He's like, no one gets that gift. No matter what you do in your life, you have the chance now to leave it all behind for something bigger and better. No matter what it is, you can be paid $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 a year. You can blow that out the gate like it's nothing. You learn some shit too, don't you? Your boss is lying to you, isn't he? When they tell you they can't give you a raise, they're fucking lying to you, aren't they? When you hit it for six figures, you go, why can't my fucking boss pay me an extra 20 cents an hour on the year? You realize the greed that's out there. You realize the money that some of these guys make, huh? They're filthy fucking rich. And they're never going to share it with you. And not only do they keep it from you, but they lie to you, don't they? They tell you, I don't have any more money to give you. But then you realize that they do. They got more fucking money than they can ever count or spend. And you've just been legitimately given a key to open a door, to walk in the same room now and legally take it from them. We're not talking about dealing drugs, stealing cars, robbing banks, your corner store. A literal, legal, non-scam way to stand in the same room as the guy that's been lying to you your whole life and telling you they can't give you 20 cents because your fucking, your end of year review said that you were 5 minutes late 3 times. You realize it's a scam. And you're now fucked forever, aren't you? Because you know it. You know they're rich. And you know they got all that money. And they don't want to give any of it to you. And where the worst part is not even to give it to you. They lie to you and say they don't have it. But they do, don't they? They got it hand over fist, don't they? It's so gross, isn't it? So take it, suck it up, drink it, and pass it along. You'll find as you get older, those professionals that took a shine to you, you may have that same feeling when you get older. So learn the tools, put them in your box. Your tools might be different than mine. Keep making money. And then when you get like in market for 20 years, 30 years, if you're like, I like that person over there, help them out. Like, hey, man, you want to make some money? I can see that you got a hammer, dude, but you got like a ball peen hammer. You want a framing hammer? Here, let me give it to you, bro. It's fun. Have fun with it. Good luck out there. Nah, dude, I'm not going to give you the laser cutter. Here's a hammer, dude. You just need a hammer, brother. I can see you don't have one. Who gave you that fucking ball peen shit? And why are you using a laser cutter, man? Like, did you go to the best finance school in the world? No, you got access to the other shit that laser cutter needs. Like, do they give you that shit? No. Why the fuck are you using that? Here's a hammer, dude. Have fun. Bang out a house. Get it? Okay, so that's why I trade SPY. Entry, gateway drug. Note that we're coming into some resistance now on SPX Gamma. Our local resistance, we just tagged it right here. This is local resistance on Gamma, 57.25. You should expect a pullback consolidation. And we'll be targeting the upside target up there at 545 in just a bit. Or we're going to roll down. Nice little target, though. Take your money and run between here and there. Good job. Okay. We probably have still some time to talk about hedging, right? Another question I got asked last night, which I thought was outstanding. I had someone ask me last night, hey, Cap, how do I hedge the market if I don't have margin? I can't open a ratio spread. I can't take on margin. And I thought that was very fair. Not only fair, but I was really grateful that I got asked that question last night, because I bet there's people out there that are like, I can't ask that question. I'm embarrassed. I'm in a cash account. So I want to answer that question next. How do you hedge without margin? Well, the first thing you should do is get yourself some margin. You need to find yourself a broker, open more than one account, open an account that's cash, and open an account that's on margin. That would mean that you might have to, I shouldn't say this, but lie when they ask you questions, put some money in a margin account, and get some margin. You can get margin. You can sign up anywhere you like, IBKR, Tasty, Thinkorswim. I'm sure some of you out there have some other ideas on how to open a margin account. I believe even Robinhood offers margin accounts, right? So you could probably do a margin account on Robinhood. Now, let's say you're like, at Cap, I don't have that much money, man. I'm poor. I'm on a PDTs, PTDs, PDDTs, PTTTTDs, whatever it is, right? I'm poor, Cap. I would say something to you. You don't need to hedge then without margin. If you are in that space where you're on PDT or you're on a small account, I'll be honest with you. The easy trade for you is to sit on your hands and wait for major pullbacks until you grow an account by either buying the stock market or buying the stock market like a stock or a share and accumulating. And I would also recommend it to be something stable-ish, like SPY. They rotate companies in and out of SPY. Your favorite company might, the CEO might commit fraud, right? Something stable that'll come back over time and accumulate money slowly to hedge with margin. Now, if you're like, hey, Cap, I don't want to do that, bro. I want to be able to hedge without margin. You still haven't answered my question. I would still revert back to that answer. You should stop everything, save all of your money, do some paper trading on margin, paper margin. And I would say to you the same thing. Get in the Discord and be looking for major lows to buy alongside mentors and admins. You'll see that we do that regularly to grow your account, to open a margin account. Now, let's say you're like, hey, Cap, I'm a bear. I do better on the sell side, but I have a small account. I'm going to tell you again, you're doing it wrong. The easy trade is the buy side with a small account. Either buying, again, shares, buying stock, and holding. If you want to be sell side, you need to learn to be a buy side. It's easier. It's more forgiving. It helps you to grow a bank so that you can foray into sell side. That's true. You can withstand shocks to the market on buy side, can't you? Especially if you own SPY. If you owned 100 shares of SPY right here, it's not never coming back. You have no loss. Don't believe anyone out there telling you that SPY is never going higher than 571 ever again. It's never not happening. That's how you grow wealth. It's how you can make forays into day trading, into options trading, all that stuff. Make sense? It's trading futures, Globex, whatever else you want to do. That's what you do. Literally stop what you're doing. Now, let's say you're like, fuck you, Cap, again. I can't stand listening to you. Just tell me how to hedge, bro. Right? I'm not going to give you the answer you want to hear. If you don't have margin to put on a ratio spread, you are bound at that point. Your next step after a ratio spread is a put spread, isn't it? So if you're going to do a put spread, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for a put spread? You want me to show you? I've talked about this, right? Why are we using ratios? Why are we not shorting? Why are we using ratios? How do you make the next jump? You start with ratios, then you get more aggressive with put spreads. Then you get more aggressive with shorting. Then you get more aggressive with weekly and daily puts, right? When I talk to you about a consolidation, right? Up or down doesn't matter, right? Price is coming down into consolidation, right? You're looking for a low and then a new low, right? Bam, down, right? Your odds of winning this down move improve the more you get to here. So if you're short in here, your odds of winning are low. Your odds improve once we're here. They improve even more right here. Once you get the new low, that's when you're short. This is about an 85% of the time winner. Short. Make sense? This is a low win ratio. That's why you go with a ratio spread, because if it doesn't go down, or if it goes down there, you're going to get paid. If it goes against you and you're wrong in your thesis, you're going to get paid or be even. Make sense? So if we think about that simplistically, right? Pretty simple, right? Fairly simple. What do you want to put on a put spread up here? You have to wait. You have to wait for price to begin to show you the way. We're not quite at ratio spreads. We're not quite at shorting, right? We're not like that aggressive yet. So what are you waiting for? I do better at sell side, Cap. Okay. No problemo. We get rolled right here. Let's pretend we get rolled right now. Right? We're now underneath the hourly trigger. You got the low, but did you get the second low, right? The new low? Probably not, right? We only right here. So price comes back up. And you're watching closely. Buyers fail right here, right? You see them begin to fail. You're like, oh, please don't squeeze higher. I'm still not in a trade yet with my put spreads. And then you watch this happen, right? New low. Uh-oh, right? Uh-oh. Probably start in here, probably, but not guaranteed. I wouldn't start a put spread right there. But you're getting closer, aren't you? Bam, slams down underneath the daily trigger. Right? Woo! Hell yeah. Guy up here is sitting in ratios. He's like, oh, man, that's so awesome. Making so much money right now. Hopefully we continue to the downside. Hope these goddamn bulls get up in here. Right? Bam, bam, bam. Come back up. Squeeze up there, right? You're still not in a put spread. You're just like, I'm just waiting for these bastard bulls to fail. And they do, right? Whip, 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 whip. And you're like, oh, yeah, here we go. Now you're put spreading it. Right down there, making some money. Make sense? So you got like some opportunity in here. Maybe you could do a put spread here. Short weekly put spread, daily put spread. Larger put spread over here. How do you know to put a put spread on here? You can't. There's no real winning that trade. I can't tell you how many times you lose. Put spreads are like midway through. You got like ratios up here. Put spreads are like kind of right here on a daily, weekly basis. But if you're like, yeah, I want to put one down there, that's even better. More time on it. They're just not as consistent. When I used to run call spreads and put spreads, I was like a 60% of the time winner on put spreads. Call spreads, always a higher win rate. So I would like to see more put spreads, as the bigger winners on put spreads are typically a break of the daily trigger and then a failure up here. New low. Put spread right there. Bam. New low. Did you get the new low down here? Nope. You would have shorted that right there, right? That's where the short would be. Didn't get the new low, did you? High or low up there. They're very infrequent. They're only like put spreads are like 4 times a year maybe. Here's another one right here. Break below the daily trigger, new low. As soon as that failure happens, put spread. Bam. Downside move. Burr, baby, burr. So I'll revert back to what? Get some margin. Stay on the buy side. Make some money. You have to stay on buy side. You have to open a margin account. It's required for you if you want to be on sell side. If you're a bear, you asked me late last night, how do I get a put spread or make money with put spreads? The answer is it's not that much of a winner. It can be. You can get aggressive, adding more and more and get into put spreads over time. Like start with the ratio, then throw on a put spread, then throw on some weekly puts, then some daily puts, then get short, like progressively more bearish. But if you don't have margin, you're only on a cash account, I would still say to you, open a margin account. Start with ratio spreads. They're more forgiving, teaches you the mechanics of shorting or being long bear puts. either of those things. So I would start there. And even before then, I would just say if you don't have the money for a margin account, and you need some money for margin too. You start burning through margin, you can get fucked up. There's a lot of risk in margin. You need money, bank. So personally, I would say to you, stay buy side. It's easier, more opportunity, easier to grow money. Make forays in the sell side when you have time in market and you have some decent cash. Now, maybe I said all that to you and you're like, hey, Cap, I want to capture that. Maybe you're like, hey, Cap, I want to capture that. This is going to lead into the last part of today. Now you're saying to yourself, Cap, none of this answers my question. I just want to buy a fucking put spread, bro. Fuck off. And I'm like, okay, you want to buy a put spread. I want to buy a put spread, Captain. Please teach me how to do it. What's that? Am I getting beeped out or something? Okay, so let's talk about buying a put spread and you don't care about what Cap has to say. We can do that too. We can do that. We're going to look back in time to a prior example, history of where we are right now and some expectations moving forward. Today's Thursday. We're going into Opex, and we're going to chat about some important stuff here. Okay, so give me one quick second. Feel like Cap, you're beating around the bush, bro. Cap, why can't I just get on a prop firm and start shorting everything? And I'll tell you why, man, because you're never going to get rich. You're just going to sit there spinning your wheels, wasting time. You guys aren't going to listen to me, though. You guys don't care. But that's fine. We're going to chat about something right here. We're going to talk about where we are. Hold on here. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on here. One quick second, we're going to talk about it. All right. Give me a second. I got some stuff I got to do here. Trust me, guys. You guys don't have to trust. I mean, you don't have to trust me, but you should trust me. I know you don't want to trust me, but it's too easy being buy side. It really is. I've been sell side. Okay. Why is the chat box not open? Where the fuck is the chat box? Okay, it's hidden. Okay, that's fine. Okay. There was some stuff I talked to you about last week and the week before on this chart from 2012. And I want to re-highlight and emphasize again and again and again and again what I spoke to you about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I made some very clear points to you. Don't get caught in FOMO. And don't get caught in the bear narrative. So you get the FOMO on the upside, the bear narrative on the bottom side. I also told you that you're going to see stretching and that will trigger your FOMO and that will trigger your bear tendencies. We don't know what the future holds for the market. Someone said to me yesterday, yeah, but they didn't have 0 dates in 2012. It's the same playbook. With or without 0 dates, it's the same playbook, whether we squeeze higher or lower or stretch price. The market is still hemmed in to some extent for expected moves. Okay? So I can edit this really quick. Edit. Okay. This should work. Markup, is that right? Did I do that right? There we go. I'm getting better at this. Okay. Now, pay close attention. Because I've already gone over this. I'm going to do it again. Get your pencils and your pens out. In 2012, we had a rate decision before we got into Opex week. There's some key points about this. So this move here this move right here was QE3. This is now in this white box. It's in this week. So you can see before we ever get to expiration on this week in 2012, we also have a rate decision. And we squoze up, didn't we? Within that Opex expiration week. There's some other interesting parts about this squeeze up in 2012. We left behind gaps. We took the one gap back at end of month. See it? The second gap up. That's yesterday. That's yesterday. So we closed yesterday's gap end of month. But the gap up from the other day last week, they left that shit behind all the way into late October. Right here. The original gap up on that QE3 announcement. That's a long time, isn't it? They put the screws to you. Put the screws to you. And at the end of October, and then almost the end of November. So remember that. We're going down today, Cap. We gapped up last night, bro. We're going down and closing all those gaps. How about we fucking close those gaps on the 30th of October and then November 20th? Are you positioned for that pain? Just tell me no right now. Just tell me no, because I already know it's no. There's an example right there. Now remember what I said to you. You get stretched. We have a normal outside of QE3, outside of FOMO and Black Monday, October, November crash, all the noise. We still have a pretty normal September Opex, October Opex, November election volatility. Path here, don't we? 2012, they're like, okay, we got all this doom coming down the road. We got doom. We got a rate decision. We got an election. We got expiration. We got Opex. We got seasonal weakness, all this noise. And they still followed that pattern, didn't they? They wrap it all up with a big bow. They hand it to you, and they go, we got through it. Woo! Dealers are like, yeah, baby, we got through it all, baby. Meanwhile, you're trapped in, hemmed in, regurgitating, reading, watching, listening to all these fucking fools out there. You're now the fool. And they're telling you we're going to 7,000 next week, bro. The other guy's telling you we're going down to 4,000, bro. I promise you. 2H September, October 31st. Doom. And you're like, you're all fucked up. So what I would say to you would be this. There's a high probability we're going to follow a normal Opex September and October path with seasonal weakness. And the rate decision yesterday told you what? Told you things are looking up. We're going to rein in velocity on some data. 50 BPS, bam, rein it in. That's bullish. Also, pay attention to the next 3 to 6 months of data so we can find a trend. Did we arrest it or not? We now know we've got a November what? 5th, or excuse me, November 6th rate decision, 2 days after the election. 2 days. We got an election on the 5th. We got a Fed meeting on the 6th and 7th. That's massive volatility. So we know that we're not on the 15th because that's when the election was, and that's when the November 2012 Fed meeting was. So it's probably going to be a little bit closer in time in early November, right? That potential low, if there is a low. Some of you are like, we're just going to go up, man. We're not even going to scratch all this down here. We're not doing any of that. That's okay. We don't have to go down there in November and October for the election volatility. Sure, I'll put on a ratio spread. If we go up, my ratio is covered. I can long every step of the way as long as we hold support on a daily and 4-hour basis. I'll ride this donkey all the way up. Meanwhile, I'm hedged for the actual move to the downside. It's the middle of November. If we go there, it prints heavy. If it goes up, I'm even or I'm making some money. That's why I use the ratio spread. Now, when do you put the ratio on? Well, we have some examples. We know that we have a Fed meeting in the same week as Opex. We're going to expect in Opex week for a move higher and park the bus on a Friday right here. Probably a good place to hedge, no matter what you're being told about more upside. And look at this, end of October, blood, window of weakness. New flows coming to the market on October 1 to the 4th or 5th. No shit. Probably get another chance end of week 1 of October if I really want to hedge all of that doom and gloom election volatility into the 5th. And the Fed meeting, right? Maybe the data begins to come in. Maybe we're going up here and the data starts to look like shit. Oh my God, the 50 BPS ain't working. Feed me Kool-Aid on FinTwit. Well, shit, you're hedged for that downside move over there. Probably fine. We start breaking down below support on a 4-hour or 1-hour daily trigger hourly basis. I'll start getting more bearish. Right? So you have some opportunity. Friday, last day of the month. Meanwhile, what else is going on? You got all these assholes out there getting cut up, aren't they? We're going to the moon. We're going to crash. We're going to the moon. We're going to crash. We're going to the moon, bro. We're going to crash. Psych, not just yet. So maybe you put that ratio spread on for about 90 days. And you've got some opportunities, don't you? You got an opportunity to take the money here. You got an opportunity to take the money here. You got an opportunity to take the money there. You got another opportunity to take the money down there. Election goes sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty good opportunity, right? Dated wayfire out here. Woohoo! Making money. Market gets away from you. We start breaking out into the upside. Whoa, I'm flat or I'm up a little bit. I could probably even manage that trade. Make some money off it. And I'm already trading it up and away, right? I'm managing risk in what's known as the weakest time of the year. If somebody's telling you here that they are just long the market, I own SPY, I'm long calls, I'm long call spreads, I'm snorting cocaine on 0 dates all day long, I have exposure everywhere, I got a third mortgage. That's not responsible, is it? It's the weakest time of the year. I get it. If they say, well, I'm trading it up, I'm like, that sounds good. You can trade it up. Are you just like pants out? Because that could get ugly, couldn't it? Crash. That could get ugly, couldn't it? stuck long the market for 1, 2, 3 years. That doesn't sound fun. So if you get the seasonally weakest time of the year, but do you get bared up? No. Do you hedge? Yes. Do you follow it down if we go there? Yes. Do you chase the market up if we go higher? Fuck yeah. Do you have exposure though? Probably not unless you're hedged. Some finite losses, right? I don't own SPY for 5 years, but I do maybe have some call spreads, some zero dates, some weeklies, that kind of stuff. And I would leave you with this one last thing. You might have somebody telling you we're going to go up into the end of the year, and you probably have somebody else telling you we're going to crash. The most likely path is something like this, and the after effect into the end of the year of a great holiday rally. That's the most likely path. So even with all this doom and gloom or all this FOMO, I would say use something like this as your guideline into end of year. Put your blinders on. Hedge yourself for the seasonally weakest time of the year appropriately if you want to, or just sit back and relax. Trade some intraday, trade stuff up here if you want. If you want to actually get long the market with new, I bought the market cap, you're waiting till we get down here if we even do. If it doesn't come now, it's going to come in the spring. It's going to come in the summer. Be patient for whenever we roll to the downside and be ready to do it. Just be there. We get down 10%, 15%, 20, 30%. Johnny in the spot. I've been waiting. Don't be the guy when we roll down 10, 20, 30% that says to me on stream, I'm too scared, Captain. Because that's what I get. And I'm like, hey, man, 85% of the time we get like a return of like 15 to 20% on any 15% pullback. 10% pullback, bro, in 3 months, 6 months. You're going to be rich, bro. I'm too scared, Captain. Then we go up. We're just melting up, Captain. I'm too scared. Captain, I'm now bullish. Use something like this as your guide. Whenever we begin to stretch, we stretch, right? Start taking your winnings, right? Sorry about that. We stretch, start taking your winnings. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Make sense? Start hearing too much doom, start hearing too much FOMO. Look for a pullback. Make sense? It's so true. So, Friday, right? Probably have a good opportunity to sell in the next week. End of first week of October, good way to get hedged, right? Are you dating that stuff? I saw someone last night saying, I've got October puts. I was like, are they out of their fucking mind? You make your puts way out in time. How about December, January, March, February? 90 days minimum. Bulls need at least 90 days. So if you're a bear, I'd be putting some more time on there. At least 90. We're in September 19th. If you've begun hedging, you should have like expiries December, January. And looking for an opportunity to call those between now and mid-November. This time, I would say November 5th, 6th, 7th. Some of you out there are probably like, Cap, we're going to squeeze up into November 15th. That's okay. Ratio spread will pay you. Get long, have a ratio spread out. If you're right and I'm wrong, come back to me and you say, Captain, 3 months ago, bro, you showed me a path. Told me it was going to be like this, bro. And instead we went straight up into November 15th up here, brosif. Yeah, okay. Did you put on a ratio spread? No, bro. Did you trade up? No, bro. We were on support the entire time, right? We backtested successfully the daily trigger, backtested the hourly trigger, backtested 4-hour blocks and daily blocks successfully. You weren't getting long. This is your roadmap. Do we have to go there? No. Did you take advantage of the melt up here? No. Your ratio would pay up here. You get long, you got exposure to that move. And then you put your next ratio on, don't you? Make sense? Boom, 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 boom. The one time it does actually roll down, we're making money, baby. You do that year in, year out, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to be wrong. You're going to experience some sideways SPY. Maybe your hedge starts to burn. You're not going to be right every time. You got to be right enough, though. 7, 8, 9 times. So if you take that 1, 2, 3 L's, you're like, that's okay. I can be wrong here. You can't be wrong fucking 7 times. Don't believe anyone telling you that. That's wrong. You cannot be wrong 7 times. Don't believe that. That shit does not sustain over 20 years. It's a goddamn lie. Make sense? And it's easy to be right for your bread and butter 7 times. It's easy. It's not that hard. Especially on something like SPY. You can't put ratios on, you can do bull ratios too. You know that too, right? You might not know this. You can actually do bull ratios. You're on a bottom, down 15%. Put out a bull ratio. That shit keeps going down. You ain't losing any money. It's like a fucking free trade. Fuck yeah, baby. Who cares if I'm wrong? Nobody cares about your internet points. Nobody cares about followers. I don't care. I don't care about followers. You can see me on FinTwit. People fucking hate me. I get the right followers though, don't I? I got all the big guys follow me, don't they? Check who follows me. Follow me because they're selling you something and trading something different. They're not going to tell you to follow me. They want to keep it for themselves. Make sense? If you want to know what a ratio spread is, a bull and bear ratio, they don't work everywhere. You can't trade them on like Clorox bleach, where it just fucking trades sideways for 90 days. You trade it on anything that is expecting volatility. So if you have events coming up, like Opex, like Vixpiration, like a fucking Fed meeting, like a seasonal change in direction, like if you're like, hey, we're expecting seasonal lows in October and September, and the market goes in the opposite direction of that expectation, you have triggers for movement. And what moves a lot these days? Qs, SPY. So I would recommend that you go to, I'm not going to try to sell you a class on this. I would recommend that you go to optionsindustrycouncil.org or go to their YouTube channel. Start watching their videos. Look up putback spread, call ratio spread, bull. I think it's called a bull call ratio or bull ratio spread, something like that. And start watching those videos. Also, I would tell you that if you go to optionsindustrycouncil.org, I would say start downloading their video educational classes in both video and audio format. Type into Google, download YouTube videos. I'll even give you a link right now. I'm not going to do that. You have to be an adult enough to do that for yourself. Download libraries of audio and videos from that website and play them over and over and over and over. You're driving, have it on. Going to bed, have it on. Walking down the street, have it on. Pumping iron, have it on. Bored, have it on while you're cooking. Cleaning the yard, the house, the garage, playing ping pong, boxing, whatever it is you do, put it on in the background. Just play it over and over and over and over and over and over again. YouTube Premium. You can listen to these things like a podcast. Thank you for saying that in the Discord. Currently, the thesis here would be that we trade up and into Opex, okay? Price target upside. Whoop, I did it again. Let's check the 4 hour again. Did it again, damn it. They're just ready to fucking party now, aren't they? They want to ram this shit home, don't they? Turning the screws. $18 a month to join us in the Discord, but you don't have to. Just stick around to the show. It costs money to run that Discord. It's not cheap. You can always go to tradethetrigger.com, but you don't have to do that. Just hang out in the show if you want. Do market briefs every night. We've got people around the clock trading everything you can think of in the Discord. Discord community, we charge because it costs money. We also charge because we have to keep out the wolves. We have to keep out the robots and the Russians and the Chinese. Not Russians and Chinese. If you're Russian and Chinese, you can go in there. I mean the bad people. We got to keep out the Robin Hooders. I don't mean people that use Robin Hood. We got to keep out the people that ruin a good thing. We got to keep out the wolves. And we're worried about the safety of our community. And that's number one key right there. Our experience on Discord when we made it private has improved. I used to have a Discord. There's people out there that'll sometimes say, hey, you're trying to monetize. I had a Discord. I had a Discord with thousands of members. Thousands. Like 10,000 members. I would call them 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 1,000 here, 1,000 there. I actually deleted the Discord. I didn't save it. I didn't keep it in the background. I didn't fucking sell it to anybody. I didn't make $1. I could have sold it and made a lot of fucking money selling that Discord just on the membership. It was free and open. But free and open Discords, they never last if they get popular. They get really shitty. I need to see that you got skin in the game. I got to make sure that you're not a bot, a scammer, a wolf, or a Robin Hooder. We've had a better experience with a smaller group of people in the Discord that are there to actually fucking learn and make money. I would rather have a Discord with 10 people in it than 10,000 any day of the week. I'm not here selling Discord subs. I got no sponsors. I get offered sponsors every week. I don't take them. I don't say yes to it. I don't sell you Ginsu knives. I don't sell you real estate courses. I don't take breaks. I'm on this show. Let me explain something to you guys. I'm on this show 7 hours a day. I could run a 30 second. I could go take a piss and a workout break and just run a commercial to you myself. Google AdSense doesn't pay shit. They pay nothing. Pennies. Literally pennies. If I ran my own ads, I could do a quick highlight, do a pre-roll, do it like 4, 5, 6 times a day, make thousands a week doing that. Thousands. I don't do it. I don't do any of it. You got me on this show with you for free, 40 hours a week, 250 sessions a year if I can do it, as much as I can do it. My time is valuable. I really love you guys. I love you more than you know. The only way I think that how I'm going to get paid by this is years from now. My thesis is that if I can leave this behind, that how I get paid is that I get to know you one day. One day you say, dude, I remember you, bro. I got really good at this or really good at that. I became a gamma rock star, not because of you, but because you got me to make that jump. Like, that's how you win in life. Not money, not power. You win by whatever you do in your life, you make a difference. You make an impact. That's how you win. That's how you get paid. And I don't mean money either, or power, or any of that stuff. It's how you live your life. It's like skiing. Learn how to ski, learn how to ski. Teach someone else how to ski. That person remembers that shit forever. My daughters, my daughters love me because I ski with them. We'll be friends forever. Ever. Till I'm dead. If I'm ever down, they'll be there for me. If I ever break my leg, if I ever can't get out, I have to shit myself one day, my daughter will wipe my ass for me. Why? Because I spent time with her. Went skiing together. Shit like that. And that's how you win in life. Every single time. That's how you win. Let's check velocity really quick. So the end result here is this. If you're looking to hedge the market, you're going to get some opportunity. You get some opportunity on Friday, next Friday. Okay, this Friday, next Friday, you get an opportunity. If you want to long this market all the way up, you can be long this market. And you have your own ideas, right? I know that I got a friend here that's like, I got a friend right in this Discord. He's wealthy. And I'm like, hey, man, are you long SPY right now or your holdings? And he goes, yeah. And I go, are you going to hedge? And he goes, no. And I go, why? And he goes, I've been in since last October, brother. He goes, I can weather any storm they throw at me. He's like, if the market really begins to roll over, he's like, if the daily trigger crosses through that weekly trigger, I'm still fucking rich. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Okay. So his plan is probably different than yours, right? His plan is different than mine. His risk tolerance is different, right? So if maybe you haven't been in this whole run. Maybe you haven't been in since the turn in 22 and October 12th of 2022. Maybe you haven't made all that money. Maybe your buffer is different than his. So maybe you're just like out of market right now. If you are, you probably have two opportunities to hedge. If you're just getting started in the market and you've got no skin in the market, you're likely going to get a nice dip to buy now. You probably get another chance to get into the markets in when? February, right? Late spring, April. Selling summer, right? Summer blues come around, right? Dog days of summer. So you're going to have some chances. Make sense? Every year, year in, year out. Some years you might miss one or two. One might not happen. One might happen later in the year, earlier in the year. Just wait for it. Sit back and relax. Daily Velo looks good. I haven't looked at the 30-minute yet. I wanted to check it and see what it looked like. That looks like it wants to fuck, doesn't it? Yeah, we got one more. Hourly Velo looks like it wants to give a quick squeeze and then park the beast into Friday. One more squeeze and park. That's what it looks like it wants to do. Looks like pump and park. Goddamn stream being overrun with fucking, oh God, Black Monday, October. Stock market's crashing right now. Fuck, last goddamn 2 months in this stream was every fucking time. I'm like, here we go. I got to turn the stream off and make it private. These guys are getting their asses blown out right now. Either getting their asses blown out or they closed for profit perfectly, right? I pinned the top, I pinned the bottom cap. I know I told you it was going to crash, but I closed, bro. God, so much fucking fake bullshit out there. It's like everywhere you look, it's just fake bullshit. It's never ending. So much bullshit. Q's coming into its upside target at 485. IWM hit its target earlier. Hit it this morning at 652. Looks like it's going to try to come back and hit it again. DIA trying to make one more leg up to 425 right now. VIX 9-day almost back into the buy zone. Maybe they can murder this VIX down to 12 bucks. Also a note that people were still buying volatility yesterday. Even though the market was squeezing higher yesterday in the middle of the day, people were actually buying vol on that upside target. So be aware of that. Dixie just consolidating. TNX made their move higher. Now coming down, looking for one more leg and then maybe another downside move. TLT parked on the daily trigger, bouncing on our first alert. That's the 6-month bar. So TLT bouncing currently on its 6-month trigger. There is a cross going on right now of the daily trigger and the monthly trigger. There's a big confluence for another bounce higher. It's possible this is the bottom for TLT. I personally would like to see it come down to 95 bucks, but it's at $99, $98 if you wanted to start a position here. I said on Twitter this morning, I'd like to see 95, 98 might not be the bottom, but that's all your own. The reason I say that is because I didn't explain this on Twitter, but I should have. The reason I said 95 might still be on the table, I'll explain it to you now, is because I'm still expecting possible weakness into the middle of excuse me, the beginning of November, if we get the downside roll into the election volatility trade, you will likely see $95. If you wanted to buy 98, I understand why you'd be doing that. I get it. I get it. You don't want to leave it behind. I've been there. I've done that. Remember when TLT, people were going to get long on TLT up here, and I said, be patient. Let's set an alert. We're there now. I just have this sneaking suspicion they're going to run it down to the $95. If we do get that seasonal low, you'll see 95. Any chance we roll down here? Maybe. I would be more. I'm more keen here though on a pin into Opex. Pin at like 570 and 575. Again, I'm still looking for like Friday close. And I will take that trade with you. I'm going to take two trades with you. I'm going to take a ratio spread. I could take it right now. Like a ratio spread here is fine with enough time on it. I personally, I think I'm going to take it on Friday close. I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a ratio spread, and I'm going to take a put spread, and we'll track them. And if you're going to do a put spread, if you're going to structure it, if you're like only in a cash account, I would do something more in the money with time. I meant to say that earlier. So if you're like not in a margin account, I'd be looking for something more in the money. I would look for some natural sell points. And we figure if we're gonna hit 6,000, right? Think about this. Think this through as a cash account trader. If we're gonna hit 6,000, it's probably gonna get nailed the last day of December. There can be an argument, but it's a small argument that will hit it now and then come back down into the end of December. But the likelihood of that happening is smaller than us tagging it December 31st, January 5th. If I had to take a bet in Vegas, I would say you probably in a cash market account somewhere around 575, 570. You could put on a put spread. Looking for 540, 550 by I would date it for December, January, and I would be looking to call that thing by the 5th of November, somewhere in there. Take it off by that point. You could date it for November. If it's a put spread, you could date it for probably it's not for a put spread, not like a ratio spread needs some time on it. Put spread, you'll burn all the time off by like November 15th. I'd make it like November 15th ish. Something hemmed in the money. Could account for a move higher to 580. Jason, I went over it for you specifically, brother. You can go back and watch the show later, bro. All right, I'm losing my voice. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back with you guys. Just a note here, taking a quick peek here at volatility coming down to retest the prior lows here. Could see a little pump and dump. I like pump and dump down there. Buy zone still lower. Over here, show you that VIX 9-day. Also remember the spot up, vol up trade. You can see if price begins to break at any point. You can see volatility too, but I want you to see this right here. You've got this prior area of interest, right? It's a big area of interest here. This big yellow line you see right here. I'll show it to you right now really quickly. Larger scale. Hold on here. So we're currently parked right here, right? So you can see we come back down here, a little bit of just checking before we make a leg lower. Same thing down here, right? Bam, lower. But some nice buys down here. There was one a little bit higher over here. So I try to watch the just give me a second here. Still a little more down to go. But I still like to be in this zone, right? Like this, still like being like, hold on here. Yeah, I still like that disparate. You know, that like that capitulation move down, capitulation move down, capitulation move down scenario. I mean, you got a nice bump here. That's pretty good. You can't complain about that. But like getting super long in the VIX, I'd love to see it down there. So just be aware of it. Or even just down here, anywhere down here. Just better confidence down here. Like you might get that move right there, but I want that move. See it down here too. The trade goes against you. Kind of still stays in line. Now this one took some time, right? This was June, mid-June, and this was mid-July. So make sure you got a lot of time on it in case they push you. Get like the farthest outdated contracts if you're going to get long on VIX. And we're not even there yet to buy that VIX anyways, so not quite there. Could at least see, if you pay attention up here too, not anti like VIX coming up, closing the gap, and then heading lower. So, and this VIX can go up if price begins to break out of range. And that, of course, is what? You can see VIX and spot up if we're able to break above. Any of this stuff would send VIX higher too. Just be aware of that too. It's like it's not quite convexity, but like there's like a concavity and convexity in VIX, and more specifically that price isn't as relevant as like direction higher here, direction lower here. You'll get the VIX up either way. It doesn't matter. So, but anyways, what I want to show you here next would be this 30-minute trigger on SPX. Yeah, I mean, as long as we stay above like 56.90, you're looking to buy dips still. So let me show you how does that relate itself to SPY. They bought this down here, right? They bought this right here. So on like an hourly, half an hour basis, as long as they keep buying this stuff, you see that right there? That's a 1 minute trigger. As long as they keep buying that yellow bar, we're good to go to the upside. If you want to start getting bearish, I wrote this in for you. I'll make that bigger so you can see it. No, let's make it one white. If you're like trying to get bearish here, it's just going to grind higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. That's what's going to happen. They're going to park the bus. That's what they're going to do. More than likely, they're going to grind it higher and higher and higher and higher all the way up. Like call spreads work really well here. If you want to get bearish, like, hey, Cap, are they going to start rolling it down at any point? You want to see this first. You want to see, like, price break down. Get underneath. Make the new low. If you're able to get that new low, start getting short. Wham, intraday basis, wham, whatever. But for right now, the direction is higher. So I'll just leave this here. It's just a marker for you. And this will get raised, too, as we go along. Up and up and up. Just as a, all it is a, hey, if this begins to happen, start thinking about getting short. You can do this at home, too. Another note on this, too, would be that let's say you're long here. Let's say you instigated a long calls right here, and they recheck you, right? Wham! And you're like, oh, shit, I'm long. Don't let them take your stops right here. They'll bring it back higher so that you can get out of your long, even if they're going to send it down. Just manage your trades appropriately. You should be long right here if you don't know. The trade is higher. Not until we go down here and fail would you get short. You can reset your trade as well. They send you down here, right? They give you the opportunity to get out. You get out of being long, and then you're looking for a new high. Back test, get long again right in there. Move is higher if you don't know it. That's what it is. Move is higher. If it becomes the move is lower, I'll let you know. That's a great jump structure. Hold on a second. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. Like high probability, lower probability, lowest probability. High probability though. Either it's going to be like a failure, a bump. They're gonna grind you out, I assure you. They're gonna take every one of your stops. They're gonna park the bus into the weekend. I'd be taking a look at like SPX spreads that are out there. And there's some forced buying going on too. We've got forced buyers like CTAs. Dealers are being forced to buy CTAs, COTs, hedge funds. They're like zombie buyers right now. Now, if those buyers go away, I do want to. Here, let's talk about something really quick. Then I'm gonna go back to my voice is really fucked up, so I don't want to come back next week and be like I can't be on stream. That's what it's like. I'm at this point right now where by next week it's possible that I will lose my voice in full, and you probably don't want that. Week's over, right? Gather around the fire pit here, okay? Remember that spot up, vol up trade that we talked about? And I said this is the nightmare scenario, put it in briefs. And you get like this. We talked even this past week about like if we break, I can show you this stuff. I showed you earlier, right? If we get above a certain price, so we get above 56.50, that will trigger buying as long as we hold that level. That's what's happening, right? There's like triggered forced buying. Everybody's on the pig pile. You got short covering, now long the market. You're triggering hedge funds, corpos, retailers, FOMO, burned on short, need to make the money back on long. Then you got like dealers amplifying this. They're chasing the entire thing, so it becomes a not just self-fulfilling prophecy, like a snake eating its tail. And that's what's happening. So you have that until basically it stops, which could be at any time, right? It could be like close of today. Could be tomorrow, close, like the weekend. And what happens is you'll see like dealers will manage that trade after the bell in illiquid times in the market. And then you got like this whole other aspect. You've got, I wasn't joking this morning. You've got, I wasn't joking this morning. You've got boomers that are, you got boomers that are in like fixed income. So like there's fear of that too from larger participants. Like it gets out there like, hey, they're cutting rates and you've got your money parked somewhere that's on a fixed rate, right? Return yields from interest rates. And you're constantly trying to outmaneuver rate cuts and catching yield with low risk. And if there's a threat of that going away, you might panic and be like, where's the money going to be at, right? There's some FOMO in there. Is it long-lived? Maybe not, but there's some of that FOMO, right? They're cutting rates. We know what that is. It's cocaine, right? Market's going to moon. Doesn't matter if that's true or not. It matters that there's that moment of risk being short and some of that money being moved. And so there's these moments like right now where you got like someone that's a bear, like basically like a hedge fund going, you know what, it's easier for me to get short later. So all of a sudden you lift the thumb off and what happens? Price begins to move quickly to the upside, right? Now I posted this on FinTwit this morning as well. Fairly easy. Crayon gang, not rocket science. And I posted this chart for you before the bell, right? I wrote local support, Local resistance, green light, yellow light, red light. Right? And what can you see here? Hammering, hammering, hammering. Why? Tell me why. It's because we're going to be going here. That's why. Now, some things can stop that from happening. End of the day. Tomorrow close, weekend comes. Now, what's the after effect of this? Do you know what the after effect is? Blood. Have we seen the end of buying yet? No. So right now the move is higher. They're going to smash it, smash it, smash it. If we go into like Friday close or something and we're up here parked, go into today's close and we're up here parked, we don't trigger any more buying where dealers have to chase it. That might be the top. But they're going to hammer this and hammer this and hammer this and hammer this until the self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not self. I forget what the name of it's called, but it's not self-fulfilling prophecy. But it's basically like when you trigger like a chain reaction until that chain reaction stops. The circle stops. You pull a part of it out until that ends. We're gonna grind higher and higher and higher and higher. Now, is the roll coming? Yeah. Is this the right time to time it? No. I've already told you. Fucking told you. Fucking Friday, man. Friday closing bell. Maybe it starts before then, but that's what I'm looking for. You guys are going to be out there. I see people in the chat right now, and some of these chats going, we're going to trigger it at 12:30. We're going to trigger it at 2 o'clock when we get the roll, 2 o'clock roll. We're going to trigger it at 3:30, 4 o'clock. Don't stop trying to fucking time it. As soon as we get the break of hourly, right, the hourly velo, or excuse me, the hourly trigger, begin breaking down below the daily trigger, we'll start getting short. It's easy. Just let it do its thing, and just be patient. And we're going to take the trade together anyways, so we'll take that bear trade together. I tried to get it on. Any of you that are, and as a matter of fact, I want to tell you something else. Any of you that are any of you that are hedged here, or even here, if you're hedged anywhere in here, right, you're safe. If you're in a ratio spread, you're either flat or going up, or you're actually fine because we're going to come back down. It's the same as bears on. It's the same as bears on the opposite side of this. Let me turn this upside down for you guys. Make this simple. Give me a second here. There we go. Can I invert this? Transform, flip it vertical. Right here. This might be easier for you to understand. I hope that it is. I hope this is easier for you to understand. So this is, if you're a bear, right? This is bottom of the market currently. Whoop, hold on here. Bottom of the market. Now, we come up here, right? Whoop. And then you're looking for the reversal. See it now? And, you want to start taking that, in this case, long upside down. And in all honesty, you want to be down here. And you got a ton of time to get short. Or long in this case. But when they're doing this part of it right here, when we're doing this, how does it go? It's always like a capitulation phase, isn't it? It's like they're going right here and they're going to do what? They're going to put the fucking screws to you. Right? You like trying to call times, all that kind of stuff. And here's where it gets sketchy. I'm going to show you sketchy here, okay? So they break down here, let's say, right? Then they get the new low right here. And even if they pull up here, they can go right down there. There's like a lot of badness that can happen to you in here. So you're like, fuck all that. Let them do what they're doing, right? And what you definitely don't want is to have this create a new level, right? A new rejection point. Because we can even go up here, believe it or not. I don't think we're going there, but we can. We get some development of upside down, some put development down there that matters. We go lower. So the thing to be doing here would be let this happen, whatever this is. Nobody cares what it is. Nobody gives a fuck. And then you're just looking for the reversal. So they squeeze it up. They go down here. Right? They begin to break down. You start to see that. Now you're like, I get it. I'm going to start getting short. Make sense? And that's where the buyers are right there. You see it? You don't need to be timing this shit. You've seen me do that, right? You could with a far enough out put spread, or in the inverse of where we are right now. You remember the time when I put a call spread on and we made another leg down? I put enough time in that call spread so that even though we made the leg down, it still came back eventually. So, I mean, theoretically, you could put on a put spread right now, or you could put on a ratio, enough time on it. But I see people in the Discord, or not in Discord, I see people in the chat on YouTube and Twitch. You guys are trying to fucking call a top? Why? Do you think you're special or something? What, do you think you called it? You're joking, right? You didn't call shit. I'm calling it for weeks and months. So you don't need, that doesn't make you cool. What makes you cool is when you see that top, the reversal, and the confirmation. You want someone to take you seriously out there. It's when that happens. You're like, hey, man, I'm getting short here. That was the bottom. We're going to go make some money now. You don't know if that's going to happen. You get fucked in there. So I don't know what to say to you. Just let it play out. Let it do its thing. Chill. And I'm going to reverse this for you right now because I want to show you something else. I mean, what are you going to do? Come back on Monday and say I was right and you were wrong, Cap? No. That's not how this works. We're talking real money here. So let's flip this over here. I guess. I mean, I won't say anything to you on public. I'll be like, whoa, you got it. Whoa, good job. Here's your lollipop. It doesn't mean shit. Now, let's look at what could happen in here in reality. So let's base ourselves in reality here. So you're telling someone out there that it could roll right now, right? 12:30. And you're like, yeah, but I'm going to get short because some guy said 12:30. And now that you see it right side up, how about when they fuck you straight up? You get the worst possible price. Now you got to be like me when I make a bad call. When I took a call spread once and I got run over. I didn't take calls. I didn't take zero dates. I didn't take any of that shit. It was safe. I took a call spread because I knew it was dangerous. I knew there was risk. I put time on it too. And it came back and it printed. I had a lot of people telling me to close those call spreads. I didn't. As a matter of fact, I took that call spread, ran it up, made bank. Then I left the short side on and we came back down again and I made even more bank. Actually made the leg that I lost on the back end of that spread. So there's a lot of management in there, but you try to tell people to get puts or get short or any of that kind of stuff. The reality is maybe a put spread, maybe, with enough time on it. Ratio spread works for sure. And we're on the opposite. I want to tell you the last part of this. I want to tell you the last part that's really fucked up. We are a bull market, and we go up and to the right more often than we go down and to the left or to the right. So you already have a handicap on you and not me as a bull. It still doesn't work as much in the inverse as it does on the regular verse. So you've already got your hand tied behind your back as a seller automatically. Right? It's always up and to the right, isn't it? Eventually. So you have to be more, you as a seller have to be more exact than I ever have to be, don't you? So how about they green bar you right up just like that? Like straight up, like one straight fucking bar. Boom, green. Now trading 575. What are you going to do there? Giving up 50 points? You're out of your fucking skull. As a seller, as a buyer, I still don't have my arms tied, right? Because it's up and to the right, and we're in a bull market still. So, and we're heading into Opex. It's irrational. It's not a good argument. The better argument is for you to be a badass motherfucking seller and allow this to play out in reverse. And then jump on FinTwit and be like, get short here. We got some confirmation. Make sense? You can call tops all day long. It's not easy being a seller. It's hard. It's a real difficult thing to be. And I give a lot of respect to sellers out there that make money. But the best sellers in reality with real money, they just chill, man. They just sit in the background, especially sellers. Like the good ones, they just sit there and wait. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait until it shows itself. And they're like, and you find the good sellers on FinTwit, they'll tell you, they say it. They point blank say, take trades with size. That's how you can tell a good seller. Like, you take trades with size only when it proofs itself. So they're not doing that day in, day out. They only get a few opportunities to do that. This is one of them. So just wait until it proves itself. Doesn't matter if it's here. Doesn't matter if it's here. Doesn't matter if it's here. You want to see that break down, new low, and you get Johnny on the spot with it. Make sense? And that's how you make a ton of money. Like, you make a ton of money like that, don't you? Make a shit ton. It just goes burr. And it's like elevator down, right? But how many times do you get cut up before that happens? Or you get blown out, or you get margin called? And it might not be you either. You might have a bank of $1 million, but that local bear out there doesn't. A local bear that's got like 20 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand, that guy's going to get eaten alive making those calls or listening or reading about those calls. It's unfair even to a fellow seller to be making those calls. It's not cool. I got in a fight recently on FinTwit about this. And I'm serious about that fight that I got into. And then obfuscating it because it was a different call. That bothers me because I like sellers. I don't mind bears. You might think I hate them, but I love them. But I want a bear to be a fucking surgeon at all times. And especially if you're a buyer and a seller, you're like, I want to be able to buy and sell. There's times to buy and sell with high conviction that make bank. And if you miss that trade, that's what it is. Being a seller is not easy. Being a seller is a challenge because you don't get a lot of opportunities. And when you do get them, sometimes it's too fast for you to even get in on it. So there's like a whole nother monkey on your back. I got to get in. I might miss it. Because you might even miss like those 10 kick-ass trades a year or 20 you get in a bull market. A bear market, it's different. Be a little bit more sloppy. But in a bull market, it's a challenge. It's really hard. And you got to be like patient, watch the price action, watch velocity, all that kind of stuff. So a lot of motherfuckers got blown out yesterday. I'm cracking jokes on FinTwit right now, but some motherfuckers got blown out today. FinTwit's quiet today. If you get on FinTwit right now, right? It's quiet. I assure you that last night and this morning, some people really did some damage to themselves. Assure you of that. Maybe not some guy with a hedge fund or a family office or a short-only fund, but I'm sure that some retailers yesterday and this morning are in some real fucking pain today. That's not fun. I have shit posts on Twitter right now, but I don't want to see those guys blow up their accounts. Those are retail traders that are following larger accounts, telling them the same bullshit. I'm against that shit. I'm not cool with that at all. I keep my politics all, like the religion, all that shit's on the side, but we're talking stock market. I don't like it. That shit bugs the fuck out of me. It really does. I don't want to see a retailer getting blown out. Stop talking to my chat about how that's the top and this is the top and that's the top, especially today. Just let it be. It's a sore subject for a lot of sellers. Let it roll over. I just showed it to you. What you need to see for the roll to actually happen. Nobody gives a fuck that you called it this one time. You've called it 30 fucking times last week. Play back. Smile again. Just know that it's a very sore subject for some people. FinTwit's ghost town today. Go on FinTwit. It's a ghost town. Motherfuckers are chasing that hole yesterday. A lot of them. They woke up this morning. All that squeezing you saw this morning in pre-market, you know what that was? That was motherfuckers getting run over and getting out. Phone calls, emails, you name it. You can make jokes and shit. Just, ease up on the calling tops right now. That's the scary shit. Don't be doing that. You ain't their hero. You called it yesterday, too. I think I lost my map for today. I'll redo it for you guys. Just give me a quick second. I think it didn't save or something. Don't worry about it. We can make it take a couple seconds. No. Not this network. Yes. One quick second here. We'll go back to the trigger. Let's take a quick peek at this. We'll map this out again for you guys. I'm going to be a little bit faster here. I'm not going to explain. Just going to map it out as quickly as possible, okay? This now moves up. Now that it's later in the day. Dude, what is going on here? Sucks because it's middle of the day and I lost all that shit. That's okay. We can figure it out. Try to get this stuff in the middle in the morning. So that 572.06, this is a measured move. I should have told you that earlier, and I think I might have failed to tell you that. $572.06, 74.29. We also have a, this is important right here too. kind of nice, isn't it? Note that hourly trigger's coming up right now in the next 3-4 hours. Let's see some move down there. It's possible. Don't for a minute think you're going up here. You ain't going up here. Don't even think about it. I'll leave that up there. TT3, you're out of your fucking minds if you think we're going up there. Well, we'll leave it there. Yeah, we'll move it right along as we go. Keep your eyes on that half an hour of velo. Half an hour hourly velo. If it begins to roll down, fail to make new highs, we could see a swoop lower. Bulls aren't out of it yet, though. As long as they hold all this, they're still in control. It's the same as the inverse chart. You'd be looking for... Let me go over here to the trigger screen. Same as the inverse chart that I showed you. If you're a bear, you want to be watching for, the break below here. And then the turnaround. The squeeze could be there, but that's basically what you're looking for to begin to sell the market for where we are right now. Until then, the move is higher. You're looking for the move higher. Even if we swoop down, you're still looking for the move higher to this 575 area and a park the bus situation into Opex. You could still swing down and still be fine for Opex into Friday. Could be pinned right in here too, like 470-ish. This is kind of why I'm saying to you for Friday. Hang tight here, boys and girls. If you want to take a snip of that. So Friday, what do we got here? Friday. Friday. Oh my God, we got so much time. So much time. So there's Friday, right? We could do this. We could do this all day long, baby. Do that all day long. So do that all day long from now into Friday. Park the bus. I mean, seriously. If you're looking for like a sell the news type event, Friday is good, isn't it? Sell the top. Come on Monday. Bam. Bye-bye. You're going to watch these assholes do this shit for the next 2 days. Have fun. Get it? Otherwise, what are you doing as a bull from now into Friday? What are you doing? Buy a dip, buy a dip, buy a dip, buy a dip, buy a dip. Grind higher, call spread, grind higher, call spread, grind higher, call spread. No, dude, they're going to crash the market on Opex. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. I'd like to see it get underneath first. Right now, they're building this fucking base on you. They're fucking you right now. What are we up today so far? Like that last Q3 thing, we're up like 2.6% in the day. We're up 1.82 today. 1.82. We can easily trade another 0.7 today to the upside for the close, and then drift down into Friday close. Oh boy, they got your number, bears. That sucks balls. Just chill. I'll be selling with you. Just hang tight. Soon as you start seeing the roll, we'll start getting bared up. We'll get the lube out. We'll all shave our chests. Christ.
Put workers first. Support unions to make sure workers have a bargaining clout they need to get a fair price to grow that pie. And after all, it's the productivity. They're the productivity baked into that pie, in my view. activity baked into that pie, in my view. Leave no one behind. Foster fair competition. Invest in all of America and in all Americans. When we do things...
Taking a victory lap right now. You see that shit? Don't be trying to short victory laps.
We continue to do very well. We all do well.
Yeah, don't be trying to short victory laps here.
Families in the middle class are the center of the strong, equitable, and sustainable recovery. Here are the keys from the new playbook, in my view. Within the first 2 months in office, I signed the American Rescue Plan, one of the most significant economic recovery packages in our history. Not a single person on the other team, Republicans, voted for it. It delivered shots in the arm for vaccines to vaccinate the nation in one of the most sophisticated logistical operations in American history. I found it incredibly difficult to plan that. Without protecting our nation from COVID, our economic recovery would never have taken off. It also delivered immediate economic relief for those who needed it the most. An individual earning less than $75,000 a year received a $1,400 check. So a family of 5 earning less than $150,000 a year could receive as much as $7,000. And by the way, middle-class families like the one I grew up in, many of you grew up in, that is a game changer. That saved people's sense of being. It also prevented a wave of evictions, bankruptcies, and delinquencies and defaults that the previous crises weakened the recovery and left working families permanently further behind. I was determined to avoid what Secretary Yellen called the economic scarring that hurt so many Americans and left them behind in the past. We delivered essential funding to states and local governments to keep essential services moving, to keep teachers and first responders on the job, to keep small businesses open, and to build more housing. We also expanded the child tax credit to cut child poverty in half. With the Butch-Lewis Act, we took the most significant action in 50 years to protect the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees. Before we acted, workers faced cuts to their pensions. Now we're restoring the full amount of their pensions, including for workers who previously saw cuts. And there's so
The
much
yield
more.
on 10-year US Treasury
We also know
tips
the pandemic led to a surge in inflation all across
hit the
America
lowest since July
and the world,
2023 after the
and the
auction,
country, I
last
should
at
say. And the economy shut
1.59%.
down and then opened back up in an unprecedented manner. Shipping had stalled.
Yeah, just at least wait until he's done. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden or a fucking, I don't know, like
around the world.
A stuffed animal talking. It doesn't matter who it is. Just let it be.
Broken supply chains and unclogged.
This speech isn't like a doom speech.
Remember those massive cargo ships stuck outside
Wait until he's done.
Los Angeles, delaying deliveries and driving up prices during the holiday season? Remember that?
I guess unless he says something nasty, maybe.
And the crisis that caused?
Just mumbling along.
We got supply chains back to normal. When we did that, inflation began to ease. Doesn't solve, but ease. I also rallied our allies to stand against Putin's aggression. In the beginning, there was...
We're going to come in, we're going to crash the market right when Biden is speaking.
got clearance from
Trump is speaking, we're going to crash the market. I'm like, no. Just let it be.
They didn't believe it was going to happen. But he invaded exactly when I said he was. Led the world to realize that we're in real problem. And releasing oil reserve to stabilize global markets.
My favorite is this one.
By the way, our gas prices are now down to $3.22, lower than before the invasion.
They're going to crash it because Biden's speaking. Okay. Boom. Bounces. Well, look, they crashed it.
14 states.
I closed right here. It's just like, ugh.
I can go home now past the gas station. Energy production from all sources is now at record highs in America. Record highs. And unlike
Triple top right here. 1, 2, and 3.
As they pursued, it's a mandate to bring inflation down. That independence has served the country well. And by the way, I've never once spoken to...
Oh, I got something for you.
Since I
got something for you.
Will also do enormous damage to our economy if that independence...
Can I upload a file?
My new economic playbook also rejects the long-held conventional view among economists.
I think I can.
That we had to lower our ambitions to bring inflation down. After I took
hold
action
on.
to rescue the economy, we got relief to families that needed it. Some experts predicted that people would that we would leave the labor market and not come back to work.
Well, I say I look for it over here.
Refer to this as the Great Resignation. Remember that? The Great Resignation. Well, to state the obvious, they were dead wrong.
What do I have here for you?
Teenage employment in decades. Other critics said it would take the loss of millions of American jobs and a decline in real wages and yes, a recession to get inflation back down. Possible, but I refuse to accept that. I believe, sometimes over the amazement of my staff, that we should seize the moment to finally invest in all of America and all Americans for decades to come. We did just that with what I call our Investing in America agenda. How can we have the strongest economy in the world without the most advanced
Where is it?
How can
I had it here.
That's why I wrote and worked so hard to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. Most significant law in generations, modernize our roads, bridges,
I
ports.
can barely hear him speaking right now.
Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child could drink clean water.
How is it they don't test the microphones?
Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Franklin Roosevelt did. Remember what he did?
There we go.
You weren't around, by the way, I wouldn't. I'm old, but I wasn't there either.
Perfect.
But he decided rural America had to have access to electricity. The internet is as critical
There it is, right there.
as electricity was during his period. I remember saying that to my younger staff, and they looked at me, well, what are you talking about? But look, we're growing our economy. A lot more to do. We're improving our quality of life.
I don't mind entertaining the conspiracy theory stuff. I can't live my life around it.
My American is
I do find humor in it, though.
The 1930s.
This one's triple top.
Tommy
I actually changed it to triple top.
Carper, my buddy. I didn't realize that when they wrote the law in 1930 about unions organizing, they also had a provision in there. Any money, it says any money the president is sent from the Congress to invest in an investment in America should use American workers and use American products.
Some of that stuff I don't. Let's talk about conspiracy theories. Like some of that stuff
Kamala and I are making sure the federal projects building.
I don't think is fake. I think some conspiracy theories have
beyond that, like aircraft
truth in them.
and tanks. They'll be made with American products. Built by
But like there's like that balance, right? Like how do you like live your normal life? You can't let that stuff affect your own life, right?
without leading the world in science and technology.
Like I'll give you a conspiracy theory that I am actually taking action on.
During the pandemic,
I don't talk about it frequently, but
you know, I remember going home.
So I was in the Army.
Supply chain. What tells the supply chain?
No,
but I'm serious. Think about it.
I am quietly prepping.
The average American. And the shortage of semiconductors, those little tiny computer chips, smaller than the tip of your finger.
I have some fear about
From smartphones to automobiles to dishwashers to advanced weapon systems and so much more.
I have some fear that
1,000 chips to build an automobile. Remember the crisis when you didn't have access to them in the automobile industry?
I have some fear that
We invented those chips.
about Putin in particular.
Designed the most sophisticated chips.
Either him doing something irrational or even him losing power.
It was better to manufacture those chips overseas.
Disruption from within. If there's Russia's facing some really dangerous stuff right now. He could either be removed from power from his own people or do something very irrational.
We learned the hard
I used to have like normal prep.
Our supply chain.
I learned from Mormons, like you keep some stuff on hand at all times. Even the Homeland Security tells you to do that. And I haven't kept any of that stuff up over the years.
That's why.
And so I started to take care of some like having some food and seeds and water storage and switching over my generator.
Manufacturing back home.
I bought some radios recently. I actually started.
Companies from around the world.
Here, I'll show you what I got.
Tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America, New York, Ohio.
I actually just got some stuff in yesterday.
You know,
So I like ham radio and stuff like that. So I got some new emergency radios. I got one right behind me. I was just checking it out.
Already creating tens of thousands of jobs in construction facilities. But
Like those little PL 380s and stuff.
because they
Just got a bunch of these, and
you got to build the factories first.
probably put that antenna down.
These are finally built.
Like little. This one specifically is for
Running those factories, so-called fabs.
airports and international bands.
They're bigger than football fields.
And I'm wrapping them up in tinfoil, plastic tinfoil, bubble wrap, then tinfoil, taped up,
Need a college degree.
and then I put them in boxes and I put them in storage.
With the one outside of Columbus.
Got a bunch of batteries for them, stuff like that,
1,000 acres.
just in case. You never know.
The old playbook was to go abroad.
If something were to go haywire, just like COVID, they shut shit down. And
Foreign products. Our new playbook is we
I got kids, I got a wife.
create.
If I didn't have kids and a wife, I wouldn't care so much. But I've got daughters and I've got a wife that I would never want anything terrible to happen to.
I wrote and signed
World War III kind of stuff.
Reduction Act, the most significant.
I don't think it's going to pop off, but I don't want my. If it ever did, you'd go back to rationing.
My daughter
So you'd want to have a victory garden. You'd want to have access to certain things, right?
couldn't get it done.
I don't believe in like the whole like.
There was no
I don't believe in like the apocalypse situations that a lot of you believe in
And if we
at all.
But we did
but-
with your help.
If something did happen, I would want to at least not have to search for stuff.
Climate and clean energy, more than ever happened in the history of the world. Not a single one of the opposition Republican friends voted for it. It took Vice President Harris to cast the tie.
Yeah, Surfax. Yeah, it could create instability geopolitically, right?
Emissions and
Even during the fall of the USSR, there was a lot of uncertainty around that. I don't know if you're old enough for that, but even just the fall of the USSR when they went back to being the Russian Federation,
set up a
it was a very very tense situation, right?
lower energy costs.
And I think that would happen before a World War III or even a war with Ukraine or like a tactical nuclear weapon being used. I do think that first and foremost, he would probably be removed by oligarchs, and they would reassure the world, even though they're going to be the same way. It's an easy out for oligarchs to remove Putin and say, don't worry, we're going to pull back from Ukraine. We're going to blame this guy. It's all his fault.
Also focus on lowering costs for prescription drugs.
And my kids are still too young. They're not adults yet.
I was a senator, and a lot of others who did for a long, long time, to change the law. The only agency
So I got to, just make sure they're safe, make sure they're not going to get any trouble.
was Medicare.
So I buy some things. I buy like radios. I buy, I got a bunch of different kinds of radios too. I've got the ones I got the one that goes on your computer. I got the one that I've got a base station. I've got, or my base station can go in a vehicle too. And then I've got handhelds, the little Baofangs with tactical stuff for it.
Millions of seniors have
That way they can talk to each other if they need to, like a cell phone.
instead of paying up to $400 a month for that insulin.
I built a bomb shelter.
$35.
Probably don't know if I should say that publicly, but I did.
And they're still making
I have a bomb shelter.
by the way.
Got cots and all that kind of stuff. And
$10, TEN dollars, $10. Package the whole thing and get up to $13.
yeah, I'm old enough too, right? I'm a part of that generation. I remember that stuff when I was a kid.
Take you anywhere in the world, any major capital.
That we're coming back into that right now, right? A Cold War.
For you cheaper in Toronto, London, Berlin, Rome, anywhere around the world.
I hope none of that ever matters, but
The same law says that starting this January, we have to attain.
I agree. I never used to be like that. Even being in the Army, I was never like that. And then I moved to Utah, and I had a very close friend of mine that was Mormon,
No matter how
and we became very close, and it all made sense. Just make sure that you can always provide for your family for a year out with no one being able to take care of you. I think that was basically his rule. Have the ability to take care of you and your family for a year with no outside support. I was like, that ain't easy. It's like that. I was like,
$1 billion. over the next decade because Medicare won't have to pay.
It's like,
spend that anymore.
I got enough food to last like 3 days. I go to Whole Foods
Just getting going, man.
like 3 times a week and Trader Joe's.
Watch. All told, we're proving that we can bring down inflation while safeguarding hard-won gains in jobs.
Tesla, sure. In the background, I will down below, okay?
Today, a record 16 million jobs created.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Tesla.
Single presidential term. When
I saw the chatter on FinTwit earlier.
women left the work.
I saw the Tesla chatter.
If you listen to these other guys, they think women don't want to work. They don't know women in America.
I like Tesla.
Oh, I'm serious. Watch. Watch, watch, watch. And speaking
Did you guys get the Pro Trader update on Tesla last night? I'm assuming some of you did.
increase the number of women working by an additional 2 million women in the workforce.
So good news for Tesla. Tesla is escaping
The highest
the downside window of destruction to trade $100. That's good to see.
keep track that back then. With wages up, incomes up.
You can see it right here. Here was the window. So this is Tesla down here.
Work and there's not a single damn job a woman can.
Tesla was really dangerously close to trading $100, under $160 or $70 or something like that. And that window is now at the moment closed. So congratulations, Tesla bulls.
2 years younger than me. She's now 20 years younger. Went to the same university, took the same courses. She graduated honors. I graduated.
I do want you to be aware of some things here, though. You see how,
Anyway,
see back here how you failed to get that new high? Remember we talked about that?
new businesses.
Let me show you this, or not that one. Hold on here.
The thing about those new businesses, every application.
Like you can't fail highs, right? If you fail a high, they blast you down to the depths of hell,
Optimism,
right?
hope.
You did actually
Americans have
beat this high right here. So that is extremely bullish.
Everyone deserves.
Sorry I haven't covered it recently.
The racial wealth gap
I've been very focused on the market at all.
is the smallest in 20 years. Remember how many economists thought we need a recession to bring down?
Here, let's go down below and take a look at Tesla really quick. I'll give you guys a quick update.
So I'm not referencing 100% chance of recession in 2023.
So this point right here, you beat. That is outstanding.
By more than 3%.
The retest down below should hold, which it did. It was a little bit deeper than expected, but that's still a good hold right there,
Households.
right? This is now you don't really care about any of this. You care about the new high, and you got it.
Balance sheets.
So you got it right here. So the moment you get it, whatever that back test is, you're going to expect that we're going to the next one.
Termination of
So the next one here, you beat this one,
of American workers.
but not that one. So
All of you, American.
which you don't have to. There's no requirement for you to beat it.
Contrast to my predecessor's record. His
You didn't owe the piper that one.
thousands
Now this one you do owe. You owe the piper this one right here.
just inject a little dye, you'll be okay. His failure to lead the economic crisis that followed the great
And you owe the piper that one right there. So right now your price target on Tesla
the last month
is 279.07 and 299.73. Okay, that's your targets.
for nearly 4 years. Because of you. My predecessor enacted a $2 trillion tax cut that made overwhelmingly benefited the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. Made you feel good.
I shouldn't say that. Your first target is
We don't have to.
your first target is 262.87
I come from the
with an extension to 271. Okay.
36 years as represented the state, Tom and I, that have more corporate
Now we got some more stuff to look at here.
than every other nation in the United States of America, every other state in the nation, the entire nation.
On a daily basis, this looks great, by the way.
Policies do.
Your daily is just getting going. You've got higher lows. You've got new highs. Very good. Your weekly looks great. Just getting started. Your monthly looks great. Your quarterly looks great, too. This looks really good.
And now,
Really, really good. I'm very impressed with the recovery from Tesla.
tax cuts
They did a good job.
for corporations. He wants new sales.
So what does that mean for you? Like, what are your expectations moving forward would be the next question, right? Like, are we going to go straight there? Are we going to go here? All that kind of stuff. And that becomes a much larger question, right? Is like, how far does it go? Did he stop talking?
On my watch, we created over
Nope, he just paused.
manufacturing jobs.
He had a moment.
70,000
God, I can't wait till he's out of there. I can't. I'm a Democrat.
is at a
I
record
can't do it anymore with Biden. It's just like, good job. You did a great job. You held us over.
factory construction.
You gave us a break from crazy. Good job.
Trade deficit with China declined to its lowest level in a decade. On his watch, the trade deficit.
I'm going to give you some expectations here for Tesla, farther outlook, okay?
Record 401ks.
And you might be angry about this outlook.
Wish I had more stock.
I'm sure you're going to be.
Greatest force to grow the economy.
Let's go to that's a daily basis. Let's go to a 4-hour basis.
Now, don't point to the fact that for 36 years, as Tom would point out to you, when they did the income of all the members of Congress, I was listed as the poorest man in Congress. I never thought I was poor. I had a decent salary as a senator. But we face a fundamental choice. For the past 40 years, too many of leaders have sworn by an economic theory that has not worked very well at all, trickle-down economics. Cut taxes for the very wealthy, and they deserve having taxes cut. But cut for the very wealthy and hope the benefits trickle down. Well, guess what? Not a whole lot trickled down to my dad's kitchen table. It's clear, especially under my predecessor, that trickle-down economics failed. And he's promising again trickle-down economics. But it will fail again. In fact, President Clinton pointed out that since the end of the Cold War,
You guys are definitely looking for,
million jobs.
I can already tell what you guys are.
Of those 51 million jobs in that period, the economy under Democratic presidents created 50 million, in fact, 50 million of those. And the economy under Republican presidents created 1 million of those new jobs. Folks, I've laid out a better choice, in my view, to grow the economy, from the middle out and the bottom up. I promised to be a president of all Americans, whether they voted for me or not. And I kept that promise, making a lot of Democrats very angry because studies show that I signed what the laws I signed actually deliver more benefits to red states than the blue states. That's a fact. More went to Republican states than the Democratic states. It may not have been good politics, but I believe it's good for the country. And I kept my promise. Today, we're better positioned than any nation in the world to truly win the economic competition of the 21st century, in my view. There's so much more we can do. We're going to continue bringing down prices for families by building more affordable housing, making child care more affordable. And by the way, you make it more affordable, it increases economic growth. Growth. By continuing to lower health care costs as well. We're continuing fighting to make sure everyone pays their fair share of taxes. And by the way, I hope some of you out there are billionaires. But paying 8.2% ain't quite enough. If you just paid 25%, it would generate enough income, $500 billion over the next 10 years. We could cut the deficit, be paying 25%, wouldn't it? Anyway, I don't get it. I get going. My stuff. But my point is, that includes the story. They extended the child care tax credit to cut child poverty in half. We're determined to lower prescription drug costs, not just for seniors, but for everyone. Helping the federal budget and household budgets, and so much more. I'm sorry to go on so long. Let me close with this. Early in my term, I traveled to the skepticism of some of my
Fail that, come back down.
Democrats.
Hit that one. Gives you boom, fail it. Down.
President Hu and South Korea and the CEO of Samsung. They were manufacturing a significant portion of the chips in the world. I sat with them and encouraged both of them to invest in America. And they agreed. What surprised me when I asked the CEO of Samsung why he was prepared to invest billions of dollars to build chip factories in the United States, they mentioned two reasons. Because of our workforce.
How's that spy doing right now?
Best workers in the world. And second, they said we have the safest, most secure nation in the world.
How's that spy doing right now?
Now, as I stand here, in front of some of those
US stocks
significant
extend gains, the
business
S&P
leaders,
500 up
successful business leaders in the
2%.
country.
Just so know, we could roll down here. We're up 2%.
The best in the world.
We could have 2% back check all the way down here, okay?
And here's what we can't take for granted.
All the way down here. Be very careful. 2%.
Because we have a rule of law.
All the way down here.
I know I talk a lot about democracy for the first time around, but it's really under stress. For real. We can never lose the democratic principles. American business, economic dynamism, can't,
Tesla.
in my view, without stability and security that makes us.
What you're really looking for here in Tesla is this, okay?
4 years ago,
Bear with me here.
historic crisis.
Bear with me here, okay?
Possible.
You get a failure. You get your September low.
Oldest truth of our nation.
This here could be a little...
Invest in America.
Whoa, calm down, bud.
The truth.
This could be like your October low,
They have
and then you're up there in the end of year, okay? I don't know how high you get.
Give them a full chance. And watch.
This could be thwarted. This could be higher. There's some room in here and up here, okay?
I really mean this, and I'm not trying to be solicitous. Incredible.
So don't be like, Cap, you said we were going there. It's down here. We get down here on October 31st. This is what I got for you, okay?
Xi Jinping, any world leader has.
It's something like this.
Hours with him alone. Travel 17,000.
Getting all wacky on me.
And China.
Something like that, either time or...
Can you define
So you're basically, what you're basically trying to do here is
notes? And so they have this.
take out a bunch of these prior highs,
And I said, yeah, I can define
swoop down,
one word. And I mean this.
and then get up here and trade that big bad boy up there. Make sense? Logically?
Possibilities. We're in
So I will snip this.
big. We believe big. We sometimes feel we think big. I never been more optimistic.
Snipping tool was a snipping tool. New.
Just as remember who the hell we are and how far we've come together. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing, virtually nothing, we cannot do when we act together. So keep it up, folks. We need you badly. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank
Watch out. He's done now. Right as we hit 2%, Biden is done. So there's your Tesla. Goddamn Teslas. Goddamn Teslas. Always riding my ass. Well, now, I'm not going to post that on public. You can. Do your own charts. Ugh. Just kidding. So there goes your Tesla. Pretty easy, right? Now, there's some rules. There's some rules here. Time or price. And you want to see, like, new highs. If you fail to make those new highs, we're going to roll down. And even those supports can be higher. If you don't lose the daily trigger, we start hiding higher. I'm giving you the extensions on this forecast. So don't be like, Cap, you gave me something that's 3-4 months out, bro. We didn't fucking bottom tick this or top tick this. You can get fucked. I'm giving you the like extremes and the up and down and the way there. So You guys understand at least? Don't be coming back to be like, hey, Cap, that broke down. I didn't know it. Every time we like go up into a resistance point, you want to see what the behavior is. Same thing on the downside. It'll be like adding me and shit. I did that in 5 minutes. If I did that in like an hour, if I think it took an hour looking at it, I could be more exacting on it, but that's a quick 5-minute chart. It took me 5 minutes. So give me like a half an hour, I could do more. I could actually check the velo and stuff. And yeah, I know. Congratulations to you, though, if you are a Tesla bull. Tesla is pulling it out. There was some real danger there for Tesla bulls for a minute, like legitimate. And you're doing very well. Tesla is very constructive right now. I know. It's like can't win. Can't ever be wrong. It has to be exact. I got people that come to me and they're like, dude, you missed that by like 30 cents. I'm like, come on, dude. It's like, I'm not a crystal ball. I really am not. I'm going to get shit wrong, and we're going to go higher, lower slightly. Conditions change. Market changes. Unknowns to the market. Whole market's going down. There's nothing you can do about that. Like, what am I going to do about that? Yeah, exactly. Full port Tesla now. There is a danger in there if you want to know. I didn't show that here, but now some people would look at that over time and say that's a bear flag, a major bear flag. That is true. So on an even more extended forecast from there's two things I want you to know. Number one, that setup is for 25 to be a shit show for top of the market. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be. If the Fed is able to massage the market, we can extend this bull market for 1.5 to 3 years. It's possible. We've done it in the past. I'm not ruling that out. But just note, I just want you to know out there that we're coming to the end of a housing cycle. That's real. And I can't throw like a dart at it. I can't tell you that it's January 31st. But if you look at a housing cycle over 20 years, we're due. Like, we're fucking due. We're due anytime from January of 25 to about mid-27. No, I shouldn't even say that. Mid-26. So, like, if you look at a housing chart over 20 years, we're due. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know if it's a bear market. I don't know if it's just a market crash. I don't know if it gets blunted by the Fed or the Treasury Department. But I just want you to know that trend there could either be a big major shift to all-time highs, or it could just be a shift to where the market actually crashes. I want you also to know out there one other thing. Velocity predicts market tops. I've told you that in the past. We're not there yet. When we do get there, you should expect a couple things. When we get to an actual market top, you're going to have me come out. I'm going to come out to you in public here on the show, in the Discord. We're going to do a private stream. It'll be private just for members. I'm going to come out to you and I'm going to tell you that the market is topping. The market's likely going to it can be really fast. It can be like almost immediate. But it normally takes anywhere from 1 to 3 months. Normally you have time, not always, but if you don't have time, I'll tell you that too. I'll be like, hey, it's happening right now. You got like a week. You got a month. But normally you'll have an orderly exit even before the actual top. It should take like 1, 2, 3 months. And you'll be prepared for it. We're not there yet. I want you to know that behind a closed door. like, I don't talk about this a lot. You've heard me say it, but I want you to know that on a monthly and quarterly basis, it's normally weekly or daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly velocity are all together making new lows from a major top, like a plus 100, plus 50, plus 100, plus 75, somewhere in there. You can see it before it ever happens. When we get to that point, I will warn you. You'll have some time ahead of you. I shouldn't miss it. And I'm not the only one looking for it. There are other people out there that I'm friends with that monitor it as well very closely. So when we get to that point, I'll let you know. I'll say, hey, I don't really care what the fuck they're telling you in public. And I'll tell you something else. When we get there, right, I don't care what the financial conditions are. I really don't. And I may be in line with financial conditions or I may not. And I really don't care. This is the only predictor of crashes that I've ever seen that works. And I really don't care if we're farting rainbows. I really don't care if the news out there is bad. I just don't care. We'll know it before it happens. And I want you to just believe me at least at that point. When we've hit a market top, I'll be like, hey, we're at a top. And I'll give you a projection on whether it's like a week from now or 3 months from now. Like a long term, like, are we there yet at top? No. Price will get us there. Price or time will get us there, one or the other. We're just not there yet. Olaf the Bears. Olaf the Bear. So terrible. So fucking terrible. There's a so we have the expectation, whether we go there or not, of a weekly basis seasonal low coming up. It's there. But in terms of like, are we at the market top? We're not there yet. We aren't. And we've never crashed without that happening. So we don't have any examples of it. 1894. Not a single example. You can actually check it against the NYA. If you check like the NYA going back to 1894, you can see every single one of them, every top. That's why like, so I believe in COVID, but COVID was ready. We were ready to roll in COVID. People were talking about stagflation in COVID, that we were due for a crash. And if you guys, any of you guys trading before COVID, remember that, right? We were going to crash regardless, COVID or no COVID. COVID did not create that crash. It intensified it, but it did not create it. That was already there. That crash was there. Yeah. You want to get conspiratorial? That crash was already there. Yes, we were, Condor. Goddamn right, brother. People forget that. They don't want to talk about that. We were ready to crash right there anyways. We didn't even need COVID. 100%, brother. That's what I think is going to happen here, right? I think we're gonna ramp into the crash. We're near it. We're not there yet, though. We're about 3 to 6 months away, depending on price action. We're about 3 to 6 months away, depending on price action. I mean, it all matters what the Fed does, what market does, price does. We're either going to pump into it. Oh, God. God, no, Nick. God. Oh, God. I see that, Nick. Can you imagine being short right now? You're just fucking getting torched. Turn off the fucking phone, honey. It comes in via email, honey. Turn off the email. Start smashing the fucking computer. Oh shit, here comes Jedi. Yeah, I mean, you guys can get like there. You can get short here. I'm not saying you can't get not short. You can get like some put spreads and some time on them and likely be right. There's a fair chance. Your best chance here is probably a ratio spread. That's your best chance. There is a risk here. I want to talk to you guys about something important, okay? Just bear with me. There is a risk that we holiday rally right into December. It's very small. It's like 5% chance. Even if we did, they would get violent going there. It's not a big chance. But just be aware of it. You know who said it yesterday was Vol Wiz. Vol was like, fuck it, just do it. Just ramp the whole year. I mean, we are getting Q3. The one thing that makes me hesitate to give it any more of a chance is we have previous examples of QE being kicked in, and we still had a nice pullback in the fall. So if they're going to run that same plan, I'm assuming that the FOMOers are going to turn a 5 to 15% chance into an 85% chance as they post on public. So they're just as bad as like doomers, right? It's not that we can't do it. It's that I just don't assign the validity to it that some people do. I live in reality. No, I don't even live in reality. I just live in the world of probability and statistics. And they grow and lessen over time, right? Vol Signals today put out a great post. He was like, remember when we didn't get the... He's like, remember the time when we were looking for the trigger to go higher and it didn't? We went lower. And this time we did trigger. Like the probability and statistics of outcomes increase and decrease depending upon the actions of price, right? Chase, you are stuck in a feedback loop. Don't you see it? Chase, listen to me. Until the feedback loop is broken, bro, you're stuck in the middle of it. Seriously, I'm not joking. You're stuck in a feedback loop, bro. The market is stuck in a feedback loop. It either needs a volatile event to end it, or it needs cessation of trading. There's literally a snake eating its tail right now. There's nothing you can do. I'm telling you. The market is in a feedback loop right now. That's what's going on. There's nothing you can do, man. You're like begging for a close. That's what you're doing. That's what you want to be doing. Like, please just stop the trading. This is where the meme comes. You ever hear people say, close the market? That's what they mean. Stop the feedback loop. That's where that meme comes from. Close the market. It's the only way to stop it. That's right, Moog. You got it. Winky posting some Winkies in the Discord right now. Always before, never after. Yesterday, somebody asked me, how do you, so some of the Discord said, explain to me how IWM will outperform Qs. I gave them an explanation. Woke up this morning with that proof, right? Maybe you ask Winky more about those tickers. Hey, Winky, why? What's the deal? What's the catalyst? Strikes, entry, what do you want to pay? Winky's in there right now dropping bombs in the Discord. I ask him. Winky and I talk about tickers. 2-day conversation. I ask Winky questions all the time. I got no problem with it. I got no shame. None. I am not the sharpest tool in the shed. I ain't got no shame. DM him. Hey, man, can I be your friend and DM you and ask you a question behind the scenes? I mean, seriously. He's either going to piss you off because he's always right, or you're going to be his friend. I'd rather be his friend. The guy fucking makes money. He gets shit wrong, but we all do. That guy's generally right. All right, so we got Biden's done. I love it. Winky, all the masses like MBLY now, Winky. I see the posts all over FinTwit again. They're all chasing MBLY now, brother. Frank the Warthog is such a savage. All the shit posters are out in FinTwit right now. I love the shit posters on FinTwit. They make my day. If you guys don't follow Frank the Warthog, he's hilarious. I just reposted one of his tweets. Ooh. Oh, Jedi's out there now. I don't think it's later in the year, Simon. Jay Striz is out there. He goes, can you imagine what it's like to buy the literal all-time high? Probably the same dudes that kissed their dad on the lips goodnight. So terrible. Oh God, that's too fucking funny. Uh-oh. Retesting the 5-minute trigger right now. We're getting salty here. Back testing right now. We got a back test right now. We also have a possible You guys ready for a flush? What time is it right now? Ooh, 2:13 in the afternoon. Got some nice downside targets. You want to give you some targets? Hold on here. You want a cleaner target than this? You want like a target on the inside? Hold on here. Oh. Target hit, new low. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's see if we can get real nasty, get nasty with it right here. That's where it gets nasty, like right there. You guys see all this? Hold on. Does that help maybe? They're like, we're not giving it any chances. You get nothing, bulls. Look at that. Look at that 1 minute trigger. Woo! That 1 minute is getting violent. Bears getting salty. Pound it down, Bears. There's no buyers here. Buyers have no power. Yeah, that looks like shit, doesn't it? So there's like shitty looking drawing right there. Watch for the cross back check right here. This will seal the deal for bulls. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday too. It's 2:19 in the afternoon. No confirmation yet of a leg lower. We want to see if the bulls fail to buy this right here. You want to see like a failure right about here. You do not want to see this turn around. You don't want to see any of that kind of crap. So just pay close attention right here. I'm going to give you guys an expectation for tomorrow. You guys want an expectation for tomorrow? Some preliminary expectations. What do you guys want for tomorrow? You guys want an expectation for tomorrow or no? Yes? Okay. This is what I'll say to you off the bat, okay? I'm going to give you a top line really quick. So we are heading into Opex. Okay? This is a time of the month where the market parks itself to pay spread sellers and spread buyers, okay? Or opening and closing of spreads. There are magnets associated with Opex. So it's difficult heading into Opex to be making any wild-ass moves. We tend to hem things in as we get closer to Friday close. Now, quarterly OPEXs are a little bit different, but monthly OPEX, we hem it in. So I want to preface this preliminary expectation for tomorrow. That would mean, though, that if you've traded this whole thing with us, you are attempting to take profit for the month. Whether you're short, long, whether you've got a wide ass fly on, whatever that is. I personally would not be making any large decisions heading into Opex. You should be thinking about what you are expecting in the month of October and quarterly Opex. Okay? Excuse me. I'm getting this wrong here. We've got quarterly OPEX. Sorry. We've got quarterly OPEX, excuse me, we got quarterly OPEX ending on, so we got October, November, December, right? That's a new quarter. But you've got like quarterly OPEX coming up, right? We've got end of month and the end of September, which is September 30th. Right, so we got another week or two left, right, into the end of the quarter for the month of September. So personally, as we head into OPEX, as we head into end of month, end of quarter, all that kind of stuff, I would be wrapping up your trades, and I would be thinking about making a decision for Q3. Making a decision for Q3 if you are bearish or bullish. So think about that right now with me. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We've got OPEX, right? We've got end of month for the month of September. Then I want you to think about Q3 right now. So even though we're only at September 19th, but start thinking about your plans for Q3. And let me give you some insight into that. Q3, as of right now, we just started some QE, right? If you were coming into this OPEX, this QUAPEX, or whatever you want to call it, quarterly OPEX or whatever, but like you're coming into this quarterly OPEX, right? The idea from the Fed is that they're doing QE. They're looking to arrest some of the data coming in Q4. And whether we go to 6,000 now or we go to 6,000 end of year, the outlook as of right now is generally accepted to be good. If you look at the brief I gave you last night, I outlined for you what the expectations would be in 3 months from today with a 50 BPS cut and a dovish Fed. The market should be higher. So thesis-wise, heading into Friday, my thesis is the market is heading higher. So I personally am looking for a low to buy to get long for the end of the year. Maybe January 5th or 15th. Now, I'm also aware that we have some volatility ahead, okay? We've got election volatility. We have reports and data. And we have a November Fed meeting. So, thinking about that, right? Thinking about that for myself, I want to get long. So, if I can get any opportunity to get long from here into the election, I will. And from here to November. So I'm going to expect, right, at a bare minimum, that next week may be an opportunity, if the window opens up for us to go down, to grab a dip. The next window is likely going to be the last week of October. And the next week after that is going to be November 5th through the 7th. Okay? Now, would I be instigating a markets like SPY position right now to the upside into the end of the year? You could. If you could absorb any lows in those dates that I gave you, sure, theoretically, you could. So maybe you want to. For me, I'm likely going to wait until one of those events or dates comes and look for a nice, juicy dip buy. Otherwise, because I'm waiting, if we do begin to melt up into end of year, currently, I will have exposure to the upside into end of year, where if my shit blows up, I'm not going to get in too much trouble. So buying dips right now, currently at 568, is working. Okay? It's working. On a daily basis, remember that I told you that the original gap up was not closed until November 15th in 2012. So this gap, I could be waiting for that dip buy into November, believe it or not. I know, it's shocking. I could be waiting to fill this gap in October. Shocking, right? October for my dip buy, or not October, November for my dip buy. So just be aware of that heading into Friday and whatever comes down the road in here. We could spend a lot of time grinding over here, even if we don't go up and hit 6,000 now. We could also hit 6,000 right now, and then that's it. We're heading down in the end of the year. We got a bad end of the year. All those outcomes are possible. So for me right now, I'm just buying dips, okay? I know where the weakness it can possibly be. You know where the weakness can possibly be. I'm also going to take a peek here at something else. We're going to look at 30-minute velocity. And we have more room to run here. We're still bullish. We're still bullish in a Friday close, believe it or not. We could easily go up here and not even begin to crest down. So I'm probably going to even hold off on putting a hedge in the market today. I'm not putting a hedge on today. I got no fear right now. But I will. I'll have some fear. We start rolling that down. I'll be looking for a dip to buy. I'd like to be buying dips in here somewhere personally. Hourly comes down, right? Stuff like that. Catch a dip for end of year anywhere in here and here. You can see him right here as one. Another one. Great way to get long for great profit, right? I'm not bared up here. I'm not like panicking that the market's going to crash. I don't believe in your Black Monday until it shows me. So this, to me, right now into Friday is more of a profit taking. Love to come back down into next week and buy a dip week after, whatever that may be, for that upside move. Into tomorrow, expectations. So just knowing all of that on the top, right? Are we bear? Am I bearish yet? No. Do I think this is the top? No. I'm hoping for a dip to buy next week. I'm hoping for a dip to buy late October. I'm hoping for a dip to, or yeah, I'm open. Yeah, that's what I am right now, basically. What else?
NYMEX diesel October futures settle at $2.17 a gallon.
My expectations into tomorrow.
$2.06 a gallon.
At minimum,
And NYMEX WTI crude
worst case scenario.
at $71.95 a barrel. That's up $1.04 or 1.47%.
That's worst case scenario. This is Friday, close 4 p.m. Do you know what the likelihood is for tomorrow, though? This is worst case scenario.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service.
The likely path
of 1 month. And
is that you wake up tomorrow. Here's the bad part. You ready? Likely path into tomorrow. We squeeze up and fade down. The likely path into tomorrow is that they won't risk it. The likely path into this close today is that we ramp into 4, 6, 9 p.m. And then we do a slow fade into the close tomorrow. They might even ramp it again. So best bet is we go up into the close today and down. Worst case scenario, we fade overnight and they ramp it up. So expectations in the close today for tomorrow. Get rid of that. There it is right there. Ramp it. Gap it up. Slow fade into tomorrow. That's what it is. I know you don't want to hear that. I know you want to see like the major pullback and all that kind of stuff. Today is a prime example too. Today is a prime example of funny business into the close. So go back over here. Let's take a look. You did not get the new low. You can theoretically drop this again. But in all probability, they're going to ramp you right here into 4 p.m. So you watch this right here. I don't think they're going to leave it to risk. They would much rather see it float back down into Friday close. Now, I could be wrong. This is preliminary. If you get the new low down here, which you did not get, I'll give you the alternate path for tomorrow. Tonight at 9 p.m. I'll know more. But if you want my honest opinion, they're gonna ramp the fuck out of you into this bell. You want my like time in the market? They ramp us right into the bell here. PT1 still valid. Most of the stuff that I post on, any of you guys asking about FinTwit, you can actually there is a program that you can read FinTwit still that you don't have to be on FinTwit if you don't like it. There is still a way to view like your favorite tweets on FinTwit. I forget what it's called. I'll look it up. Some people have been kicked off or they choose not to use it. There are ways to see tweets. I do want you to know that I do drop some freebies on FinTwit, but I normally give you guys those freebies before they happen, like a day or two. I'll give them on FinTwit like right before, or I'll give hints, but I don't give them what I give you guys in the Discord. There's like layers to it, like Discord, website, Discord, #1. That's the real deal. I'll explain something to you guys out there. My presence on the internet. I treat the website like it's professional. I treat the Discord like it's professional. I treat the stream a mixed bag of shit posting and real and joshing. That's because we're trading away, right? The day. Twitter, any of those other places like Twitter, Wall Street Bets, Stock Twits, any of that stuff. Anywhere you might see me out there in public like that. Currently, I do a real mix of shit posting, truth, insightful commentary. A lot of it is delayed though. Some of it I mask. Some of it I say with some, not trying to like be like this is going to happen or that. And there's a reason for that. I can't have everybody know everything. The trade dies if it does happen like that. They counter trade it. Too many people trade it. When you guys are sharing what I give you privately, it makes the trade not work. I'll be honest. Too many people know about it, and then they counter trade it. If everybody's on the same side of the boat, the fucking boat sinks. So that's why we execute trades in the Discord. It's why we're long, we're short. Sometimes I'll give some freebies on stream, or I'll give freebies on Twitter, or it's like last minute. So if you feel like you're missing anything on Twitter, you're probably not. You're probably not missing much. It's not TweetDeck. I use TweetDeck, but there's a service out there that will give you tweets. Some people don't want to be on Twitter. You can like get handles and put them on there. It's not TweetDeck. I'll find the company. It's politics. I know a lot of Democrats right now don't like being on Twitter, but they do like some of the breaking stuff coming off Twitter. And ever since Elon limited access to the data, it's hard to get those tweets anymore. But there are some services that do offer it. I'll find out what the last one is called. At any rate, I want you to know if you're a supporter or hire that supports what we're doing here, I don't keep anything from you. Nothing. Nothing private from you. I guess that's the greater point. If you support what we're doing, there's nothing secret. Or nothing delayed or nothing timed. You're not missing anything on FinTwit. Yeah, they do the XDiv. The XDiv trade right now, yeah. They ramp the close, they capture. They ramp the close, they capture the dividend, then they dump the stock on the market on the open. XDiv is today. That's part of the trade from yesterday. The close yesterday is part of the XDiv trade. Any of you guys know what the XDiv trade is? You guys don't know? So the XDiv trade is that, you guys want to explain it for you? There are spreads. Gather around the fireplace. Okay, so we have a minute for people to get into it. I'll explain it to people. We have a few minutes for people to get in here. Okay. Here's a little secret. Some of you know about this and some of you don't. There's something called an ex-dividend trade, okay? And that is some of the fuel and fire that's going on in the background that you may not be aware of. Some of you are aware of it and some of you are not. So the ex-div trade is like this. There are spreads in the marketplace, okay? And as legs of those trades die, they're expected to, the gamma is expected to fall off those trades. And the thesis here would be that as we're heading into Opex, people that own the S&P 500 are able to keep their DivX, right? Their payout. And there's some really sly traders out there that think, oh, I've got the spread on. As this leg dies off, the market's going to roll right down into where I want it. And some hedge fund out there, what they're doing is they're coming in like yesterday's close, and they're buying a ton of SPY. And then they're slamming the 0-day call button, 1-day call button. And they ramp the market into the day before Opex. So what'll happen, what should happen today, I'm going to explain it better to you. What should happen today, right, is they ramp this bell, right? They own a bunch of underlying. They got a ton of 0 dates. They pocket the returns from the 0 dates. They take the DivX, pocket it, and then we come into the open tomorrow, and they sell all those shares. They pocket all the cash from the 0 dates. They start unloading shares onto the market right at 9:30, and we fade into all those spreads. So all those it doesn't disrupt the market. It's a very like under the cover, under the scenes trade that happens every quarterly expo, or not every, but most quarterly expos. Some of you are aware of it. Some of you are not. Someone brought it up today, so I'll explain it. I've explained it like 2 or 3 times in briefs. So most of you should either be aware of it, know that it's going on. It's happening right now, by the way. They ramp this shit, then they dump it on the market first thing tomorrow morning. 9 a.m., 8:30. I think it's like 8:30 they start doing it. 9:30 the market starts fucking hemorrhaging. They did it in June. We got, so the last DivX trade, we caught 2 of the 3 legs. The last leg did not surface, but we did catch the first 2 legs. We actually planned them out in the Discord, not on briefs. We used to plan them out. We used to be like, oh, we're gonna We're going to get long hair, short hair, long hair, short hair. We've had one that, I think our last one, 2 of the 3 legs worked. The last leg didn't. This one's working right now in full. Or I should say, 2 of the legs have worked thus far on the upside. And we identified the 3rd leg not working when it happened last quarter. You can actually see if it's working or not, or when it begins to fail or break down. It's easy to see. Yeah, the March leg was fucking phenomenal, wasn't it? We caught every leg in March, didn't we?
And Brent crude futures settle at $74.80.
It looks like this one. This one's about
23 cents.
3/4 of the way done. It's almost finished. It'll be done by the end of the day. By morning, by 9:30, they should start selling. But I expect the ramp up into the close today based on that trade. That trade's alive right now. You can tell.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99.
You guys don't know what you're talking about. If you guys, Chase, you don't know what you're talking about. I assure you. This stuff comes from pros, man. This doesn't come from sub-sellers, bro. This comes from people on Wall Street. And I don't mean like Wall Streeters that sell you subs and any of that kind of shit. It comes from people that work on Wall Street. Yeah, you forgot about it? You forgot about the, it's like a sneaky Pete little under the surface thing that they try. It's just, but it is just like, it can fail. It's just like when you get Vol Control Gang come out, or you get the Put Mafia coming out. Like every day, same people that come out, they run the same trades. This is a trade that's run every Opex, whether you like it or not. It's a badass trade. Don't get me wrong. Matter of fact, that's not my trade either. I have to assign credit where it's due. That is Vol Wiz's trade. That's his bread and butter, so I'm not going to take credit for it. The only thing that I did was I tried to explain it simply for dumbasses like me, because people were having a hard time wrapping their heads around how the trade, mechanics of the trade. That's the only thing that I did, was attempt to explain when it's working, when it doesn't work, how to tell if it's working or not working, that kind of stuff. So far, it's worked to the T. And we got some wonky shit going on. We got like Opex, then we've got Vixpiration, we've got the meeting, even the date of Vixpiration this week was wonky. Like if Vixpiration was on like a Wednesday, and then you have Opex on Friday, it would have been a better trade at like Vixpiration on Wednesday, Opex on Friday, and the meeting last week would have been way better, like perfect. So we got wonkiness going on right now with the mechanics of it. There's like impacts on the mechanics of the trade. It's never going to be perfect. There's nothing in the stock market's perfect, right? Like nothing, that doesn't always work. But just know that they're doing it right now. Know that. Know for sure that they're doing it. That's why we are where we are. That's not the only reason, but there's other reasons why we are where we are too. But just note that as like layers, it's in there. We do that trade every quarter, whether I tell you or not. We do that fucking trade every quarter, and when it doesn't work, I tell you stop. It's not working anymore. What else? So expectations are up till tomorrow. Fade Friday. Look for a dip now next week at some point, or look for some doom next week. I'm kind of bearish in the next week, so or at least for a pullback. What else? I'll change my preliminary expectations for tomorrow only if we break down here. Until we break, even if we do break down, I'd be looking for a dip on Friday. So, if you ever get us down here, like if we wake up tomorrow morning and we're down here, I'm looking for a dip to buy. If you're looking to get hedged, price is pretty good right now, right? We're trading 571. If you're looking for a hedge right now, look to put on a put back spread. I'd be looking for like 575, 580, and then I'd be looking to the downside. 560, 540. You'll probably get lower, but I think that's pretty safe. Somewhere in there. It's somewhere in there. Date it for 90 days from now. If you are looking for the upside move, oftentimes they'll wait to throw it up and over the last collar. If you're a collar trader, I would expect us to go down and then like slam dunk Q3's collar after the fifth. If you want to know my insight on that, on what I think about the collar, I don't think we do the vortex. I think we fail the vortex, and I think we come back up and nail it like a second or maybe a fifth session of Q4 or Q4. No new low here by sellers, just so you note. I'm going to take a trade here. Just heads up to you guys out there. It's now 3 p.m. Find out what's what into the close. I've got the financial juicer on here for you. Here, you know what? I'll make this one public everywhere. You guys have my trade in the Discord, yeah? We'll know quickly, won't we? There's your stops right there. It doesn't always work to be riding your accounts on it either. Just don't. It's a YOLO. That's all it is. Do not ride your accounts on this trade. It's for degenerates like me. It's for winners that have money to burn. Such a prick sometimes, aren't I? I bet you Jedi's out there like he's such a fucking asshole sometimes. Woo! Give me that hot sauce, baby. Give me that special sauce up there. We got to get above this line right here. We got to break out above that line right there. This one right here. This is some resistance. God, you know what else? I haven't had a beer or a drink in like 3 weeks. I want one really bad right now. I've been spending a lot of time with my kids, and so I don't want to have a drink when I'm around them that much. I'm spending a lot of alone time with them. So I can't have a cocktail or beer or anything like that, like driving with them and shit. Don't want to catch a DWI and stuff, like taking them out places, doing all kinds of other stuff. So I'm like, it's stone cold sober. Like today in particular, I'm like, I want a drink, I want a cocktail. It's over. Like I don't know about you out there, but I feel like the quarter is over already. Do you guys, any guys feel like that? You've done your job. The quarter's done. Now it's time to prep for the next quarter. Do you got? Am I the only one that thinks this or no? Any of you guys think? Any of you guys feel like it's Do you guys trade like quarter to quarter, like year to half a year, like full year, half a year, quarter, month to month, week to week, seasonally, all that stuff? I feel like we're at the end of we're like wrapping up the quarter right now, like it's done. What's up, Matt? How are you doing, brother? Yeah, you're a DJ. I've been a DJ. I used to trade and I had no concept of time. I'd be like trading every day, trading right to the last tick, last minute, last everything. Life's gotten a little bit easier. Trading seasons and quarters. It's not as hectic, but the downside is that it wears you out really fast. Or not fast, I shouldn't say fast, but you're like ramping into quarters and then you're ramping out of a quarter and then you're like, oh, the quarter's done. I used to disappear. So like the close of tomorrow, I used to stop streaming for 2 or 3 weeks. I'd just let the market do whatever it was going to do. I'd take the break. Do any of you do that? Do any of you guys like take a week or two off and just come back or no? I always feel worn out at the end of a quarter. Oh, you just made some limoncello? I used to make that, Doug. I love limoncello, man. I haven't had it in a long time. I haven't made it in years. Limoncello is amazing, bro. It's a great aperitif. Trading 22 right now, breaking above. We want to see that new high. Watch this closely at home, okay? You want to see a break above 572.26. Yeah, I like homemade liquors. I haven't had a lot of homemade. I used to get a lot of it when I was out west and out on the East Coast. I don't see a lot of homemade liquor here in Michigan. I used to see more of it on the East Coast and in the West. Down south I saw a lot of it too. Detroit, I don't see it as much. Sometimes, but I love homemade liquor. I love a good coffee liqueur, a good chocolate liqueur. I like limoncello, I like Grand Marnier. Down south, I've had homemade bourbon. I love. You know what else I had out in the Southwest? I used to drink. My buddy had an apple orchard. We have an apple. We don't have an orchard. We got like 6 trees, and we make hard apple cider. We don't quite make beer, or not beer, but we don't make like hard cider like with it's got natural fermentation, but that's it. My buddy does it like it's like champagne. My buddy makes it out in the Southwest, and it's amazing. But if we have a bumper crop of apples, this year we didn't get a bumper crop of apples. Our apple crop is crap apples. What else? We don't make any beer. I've had friends who make beer, but I don't see a lot of that anymore. Limoncello is amazing. I like Fernet Branca too. I'd love to be able to make. I don't even know if you can make Fernet Branca. I love Fernet Branca on a like before going out or before dinner, after dinner. if I have a long day, not anymore, but when I was a professional out and about in the world, I would get off of work and I would grab a Fernet Branca and it would just snap me out of work. If you ever want like a not a low alcohol, like something to just take you out of it, like from thinking about work. It's not a ton of alcohol. It's more of like a shock to the palate, digestive. Oh, that looks good too. Key lime apple cider. I love like if you can ever find like just if you find a bar or a distiller, it wouldn't be a brewery that all they do is cider. You can sometimes get some really good ciders. I used to not be a fan of cider, but if you like, I don't mean the shit you get at the grocery store. I mean like you go to if they got their own apples, they have their own fermentation tanks. You can get to a good cidery. You can get some really good shit. And if you get familiar with the flavor profiles of it, because it's much lighter, and you don't get shit-faced. That's the best part about hard cider is you don't get hammered. I covered for 700% on a 100-pack of 33-cent SPY calls overnight. Made almost 20K, but I lost 4 or 5K getting there. The day before trying to get the exposure. I kept doing 0 dates. I should have just bought fucking calls for today. Yeah, that's what I've done too. That's how I've made cider, same way. I used to make it with a balloon and stuff. Now I've got a cork, or not a cork, but I've got a like a tube and shit. If the market isn't run by retail, so the market is run by a percentage of different participants. Sometimes some of those participants are trading, sometimes they're not. Sometimes those participants are at odds if they are trading, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're in line with each other. That's how you get amplified moves in the market. I would not discount even right now retail. They can definitely run a market. And retail can bend other participants to their will as well, including dealers. Retail are dangerous. To a low volume market, retailers can be dangerous. And if retailers are in line with, let's say, hedge funds or COTs or corpos or anyone else out there, CTAs, you name it, catch a dealer on the wrong side of a trade. You know when you used to see a lot of that was during COVID. Wall Street would go on vacation during COVID, and retailers were sitting in their living rooms, and they like Wall Street would go to skiing. They'd go if during COVID, if you had money, you go on vacation. People were partying. There's parties all over the world for wealthy people. Wealthy people didn't lock up like normal people, so they'd be on vacation, right? They'd be doing their thing, and retailers were all fucking sitting in their living rooms. And they were swinging the market all over the place during holidays. And then you'd come back on like the Tuesday or Monday of a holiday, and then the bigger players would come in and rein the market back in from retailers. That's more of a joke. Like the Robin Hooders are out at 3:45. That's just like a slight. It's meant to tell you to get off Robinhood and trade something else. It's like a dig. Don't know who Steve Hanks is. No idea. I don't get to watch a lot of there's two things that go on right now for me. I no longer watch other traders' videos ever. Once in a great while, I'll stop in to say hello, like, hey man, I watched your video, and I will watch. I'll be like, hey, if I ever watch a video, I'll stop in and say, thank you, I appreciate it. And it's for two reasons. I don't have the time anymore. I miss that shit. I loved watching, like, I had a whole routine, like, I'm going to watch this guy, then that guy, then this guy, then that guy. I loved it. And I don't do it anymore because I don't have the time. And the other reason, too, is I would watch a video, and it would how do you say it? It would impact me. It would impact my trading, impact my thesis. And I don't want to be stealing anyone else's stuff. Like, just let them. I don't want to be influenced by other people. It's not a bad thing. It's not that I don't trust them or anything like that. They're doing their thing, and I don't want to take their thing away from them. People put a lot of time and effort. I'm going to say something here. Like, I shit on a lot of people, but I don't shit on everybody. Like, there are some people out there, some people that create content. Could be like Jedi Marcus. Guy creates content. He's on Twitter every day. They're content creators. Whether you like that or not, that's what they are. There are guys on YouTube do a kick-ass job. There's guys on Twitter, Twitch, that do a stand-up kick-ass job. And I have a lot of respect for the time and effort and their participation in that content creation. So I mostly shit on the people that are they're no skin in the game. Or they're not using stuff to get you to follow them. That's my other fucking problem. Like, it's easy to find out what you're emotional about and try to, like, be like, yeah, I'm gonna get that guy to follow me. Like, Doom content is like that a lot. Tesla's like that a lot. I stopped trading Tesla recently mostly because the market was crazy. But oftentimes, like, Tesla, you can, like, literally bring in 1 million followers, and they don't care if Tesla's burning. Like, matter of fact, you get more followers if Tesla's burning. I don't focus on Tesla when it's burning. I think it's disingenuous to do that, so I don't. It's 3:15 right now. Still a little bit weak. Still long calls. I'm not going to sell them home to the end. I'll let them go to zero. I want to see if they're going to whipsaw it up in the bell. I don't believe the dealers here. I think they're fake and lying. What else? I guess I would impart upon you that we're wrapping up the quarter and that Opex, and take some time for yourself. Digest what happened this week with the Fed. Digest the market. Next couple weeks, like this week, or not this week, but like next week in particular. Next week, chill out. End of the month. In particular, next week, just chill. If we're not going down in October, we're going to get a week down. I guarantee it. It ain't going to be straight up into like December 31st. It could be. It's possible we could melt up the whole way. It's a small possibility though. You're likely going to get a chance to get positioned for a bull or bear thesis for the beginning of October and a bull thesis for the end of the year. Take like a week off. Just chill. You did good. If you're a community member and you've been a community member for the entire quarter, if you've been reading the briefs since Q1 or the start of quarter, you've been hanging out and active inside the Discord, congratulations, you made it. We have a lot of people this quarter that made a lot of money. We did really well this quarter. In particular, this quarter right here, we literally missed any blow-ups. We didn't blow anything up. No major blow-ups. Any positioning we were in that went the wrong way, recovered. It was a really good quarter. This quarter was outstanding. The other day I was like, I got to pinch myself here because there were like three moments where we could have done some damage. Like we could have blown our asses up. And we navigated it quite well. So if you're a community member that's been there for a quarter and you made some money this quarter, congratulations. It was a lot of work, wasn't it? A lot of work being a trader. A lot of work. I think it's a lot of work. It's been a good quarter. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm happy. You guys happy with it? Let me know. Did you guys have a good quarter, bad quarter? Did you, at minimum, a good quarter, by the way, is wealth preservation. You were at least flat. Or maybe you haven't lost more than 20% this quarter. If you haven't lost more than 20% or you are flat or up, did you have a good quarter? You feel happy with it or no? Good job. Good job, House of Cards. Congratulations. I can't read all the chat. Let me see if we can turn this on. I got shut down earlier. I had YouTube wasn't letting me read the chat for some reason. I can read it now. Good job, Ted. It looks like you guys are generally having a good quarter. Yeah, I'm on the Discord. You guys have a good quarter? Let's look at something else. So we're starting a new quarter, right? Let's move this over for the Bears. Let me ask you the next question. So if you lost money this quarter, have you thought or taken time to maybe stop trading and paper trade? Got a new low or just then? Got a new low right here. New low. If you've overall lost this quarter, have you made any like, hey, I'm going to stop trading. I'm going to paper trade. I'm going to do some education. I'm going to watch some videos. I'm going to read some books. I don't know. What do you got? Like, what's your plan? Do you have a plan for end of quarter? Like the new quarter. Have you thought about that? Do you have like a trader log? Yeah, I always like to take the end of the quarter, and I don't do it as much as I used to. When I used to stop streaming, I would take a couple weeks for my brain, and then I would review my quarter and think about what I wanted to learn next or what I wanted to improve upon. I would go back and check on my trading and see what made the most money. what made the least amount of money, try to allocate more money towards different trades, adjust my trading. New low here on SPY into the close, a little bit of weakness here. That's bearish, by the way. You've got two bear crosses here, one right here. Now a second bear cross. Pretty bearish setup going on right now. I'm not bearish here, Chase, in any way, shape, or form, brother. Sorry I can't answer that for you, man. I'm not bearish, dude. Oh, you mean downside targets in October if I had them? If I had downside targets, I don't really prefer. I like to get more down than the target. So, target 560, 540. I think I said that earlier. 560, 540. I think that's a healthy thing. Chase, can you get to 480 and 520? Yes. But that's not what I would be targeting here. I would like play it by ear as we get there. So like I'd be targeting 560, 540. And then I would be like getting more aggressive as we got closer, right? So you do like a Chase, if you do like a putback spread of some kind, you do like 560, 540. If the market goes to 600 instead, you'll get paid. If you go to 560, 540, then get more aggressive with the put spreads, the puts, the shorting. And I mean aggressive, like size, like wham, wham, and hit those last little downside moves. Do you notice me doing that right now, Chase? Buying 100 packs of calls on bells overnight. Hitting 20, 30, 40, 50 grand, 60 grand, stuff like that. I'm getting more aggressive, aren't I? Wham, wham, wham. On a top, right? It's the same thing, man, on the reverse. You've seen me all quarter, right? Buying spreads on bottoms, buying spreads on bottoms, buying SPY on the bottom. Get closer, start getting aggressive. 100 pack, 300 pack, 100 pack, 300 pack. Hammering those upside moves. Good job, Menavera. That's a sweet ass thing, John. John L. That's a great meme, by the way, brother. Take some time. We're talking about end of quarter here. If you're a newer market participant, think about taking a week, doing an inventory, go through your trading, categorize it. Where did I make money? Where did I lose money? Why isn't this working? Why isn't that working? Why is this working? And that changes too. It might not be you. There's like market behaviors and market changes where you're like, hey, this has been my bread and butter. It's not working. Maybe I need to switch it up. Right? There's market behaviors that always change. Even longtime participants, they know this. Market behavior changes, right? That's pretty bearish right there, by the way. I'm still long. I don't believe them. I think they're faking. That's a dealer to me. He's like selling strength. He's like, no, 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 no. 10%'s good. It's better than being under 20. I've had bad quarters. I've blown up accounts in quarters. I've gone away from trading for time periods because of it. Not because of money. My ego and my psyche. And I don't mean ego like I've got better feet than you. I mean my like super ego, my id, all that kind of stuff. Like the psychology. Good job, Trader Pam. I like seeing that in our membership moving on up. No, there are people that want the price to go down for their DivX. So there are, right now at this moment, there's a fight going on, right? Where if I'm a normal SPY holder or SPX holder, think about this. So I own SPY, right? Think of the logic here. So I own, let's say, 1,000 shares of SPY, right? And I sold options on SPY that I own. I want the price of SPY to go down here into this bell. And all these options are dying right now. And so I'm sitting at home and I'm like, I need SPY to close below 70 today. I sold 570 Cs. I do not want these taken away from me, these shares. Does that make sense? I've loaned out shares, right? To be sold at 570. I want those 570 Cs to die worthless today by close. I get to keep my shares. I get to capture the DivX. Now there's a counterparty right now that has 570 Cs. And what they want to do is to trade higher than 570, exercise those shares, take the DivX, and then dump them on the market tomorrow. Does that make any sense to you? Right now, there's somebody out there at home that sold 570C. He's on the edge right now of his chair, and he's going, fuck. He's probably on Twitter telling you the market's going to crash right now. That's the other crazy part of this trade. There's likely people out there saying the market's going to crash into the close, not because they are even short. They just loaned out 570 Cs. Do you get the concept behind this? Yeah, you get it now, right? That's why when you talk to Tesla bulls, you don't know where they are. You're like, this fucking guy's a bull and he's really bearish right now. Why? This fucking guy probably owns 1 million shares of Tesla and he was selling calls. And you guys are like friends with him. It's like you guys are like buddies. Or not even buddies. I find it fascinating mostly with Tesla. It's like a highly traded stock. Tesla has a really big bull community. Like I love Tesla. You know, and you're like, why do you like Tesla? And they know every little detail. The truth is that they've been investing in it for a very long time. And so they spin yarns and they like have high follow counts. They have like 1 million followers. And they're like, well, I know. And their brain is telling them, they're like, I'm going to sell these new bulls a bunch of calls and tell them that that Tesla's going to moon. I'm going to sell 300 Cs. Right? I'm going to sell them a monthly 300C. I'm going to go on FinTwit, and I'm going to tell them, dude, we're going to fucking 300. Right? And like the market will go higher and higher and higher, and then those guys will come out if we get anywhere near 300. And they will literally spend 2 weeks near that expiry, and they'll get really bearish. And you'll be like, why is that? I love this guy. This guy's got 1 million followers, dude. I love that man. He's awesome. Why is he so bearish right now in Tesla? It's because he was selling calls to you. I'm serious. That's great. And a whole bunch of people are on the wiser to this. Like a whole bunch of like participants in the market have no clue this is going on. No, you missed out on the move higher. Uh-oh, I'm losing the stream. I don't know why I'm losing the stream right now. Hold on here. Uh-oh. Just lost the stream here. Hold on. I might lose the stream into the close here. Apologize. I'm losing the back end of the stream right now. If I lose the stream, I apologize. Yeah, I'm losing the stream right now. I don't know why. Weird. Sorry about that. I'm losing the stream here. Everything is that like SPX SPY. Sorry about that. I'm actually losing the stream here in the background, guys. I apologize. We'll just leave this running in the background. I lost a bunch of the stream. Something funky's going on. I don't know. I had some, I think I might need to reset my internet and my computer. I don't think it's anything bad. I didn't do that this morning. I should have done it. I didn't do it. I'm going to read some news off to you into the close here. Just to wrap up the day for you. That was really weird how my computer just shut down. I'm not taxing it either. I've got a fan blowing on it. That's really fascinating. I'm going to read some stuff to you here, okay? You guys ready? It's from this morning. I didn't read it to you earlier. I should have. This is from Nomura's McGilligot. Yesterday, 50 BPS liftoff cut blasted the market, implied probability distribution away from the hard landing and back into the economic soft landing. I'm going to post this for you really quick in the Discord so you have it. Give me one quick second here. Read this closely to you, okay? Yesterday's 50 BPS liftoff cut blasted the market, implied probability distribution away from the hard landing and back into the economic soft landing. Expectation mode instead, and in turn is now likely to send a defensively recession-positioned, de-risked, netted down equities set across MFs, LFs, long shorts, HFs, and systematics. Targeted volatility control, who have already been painfully under capturing the rally. Further, into the grab and chase upside FOMO. So almost exactly as I anticipated over the past month, spot equities index. Here, I'm going to repost something for you guys, okay? On Twitter. You guys remember when I did the spot up, vol up thing on Twitter and I got yelled at and people told me to go fuck myself, that I was wrong? I'm going to repost something recently that I reposted. Where you guys are telling me no, I'm going to repost I'm going to repost another one. I did a whole thing on spot vol, spot up, or spot price up, spot vol up months ago. I got screamed at on FinTwit. That was a part of that whole thing. People telling me no, that's not going to happen. Has indeed then raged through the prolific index option overrider short call strikes, then into and through the upside vacuum of stock replacement calls that dealers are short to customers, creating a huge positive delta impact on those calls are now in the money. And dealers, market makers are grabbing spoos the higher they go and ultimately now tagging the SPX 5750 Extreme Gamma Strike the week of September's serial Opex. As I've made clear of discussing, it's the second order flow impacts of these macro shifts which then create the market ripples. And today is no different. Where simply on pre-market projection alone, we would estimate a close at current levels of equities rally would see in or around 10.7 billion of leveraged ETF buying across tracked products at end of day. While simultaneously, a large NASDAQ overwrite ETF product is now set to buy back their short calls, which are now deep in the money and have since been rallied through in 2023 style fashion, which then means an incremental plus 8 billion of NQ to the buy side mid-afternoon before selling their new calls tomorrow. I continue to think that if we do in fact rally hard into September Opex, that downside convexity is the play again into October expiration. Last night's brief, I showed you the convexity trade. In last night's brief, I showed it to you. I talked about it in the brief last night. Especially if that rally forces more FOMO upside grabbing into exposure. Even spot up, vol up potential with increasingly important growth labor data. In standard October surprise, U.S. election drama is making Gamma an own as rebuilt nets. That means that an expectation that volatility will be repriced might not happen. Or at least he's making that posit. As rebuilt nets will then necessitate downside hedges that can risk putting dealers back into negative Gamma location on a spot sell-off as catalysts for downside accelerant flow. I'm going to explain that to you right now simply. We go into this environment to the upside here, right? And if we have any market shocks, the market will likely whipsaw to the downside, plain and simple. He's telling you that even if we go into like a moon mission from here, that you should be hedged. I'm going to recommend again to you as we go into Friday close that you put on a put back spread. That will hedge that possible outcome. We did see a pretty good sized SPX downside trade yesterday. Well, most notably, and for the first time since the VVIX shock, we also saw some true crash VIX tail hedging trades. Some spreads, some outrights, though, too, which again feeds into that very dynamic. I'm speaking to above, setting the table for negative gamma into a spot, downside, vol, upside catalyst that could accelerate into something uglier. If you don't understand what this guy is saying, I don't mind giving you more. I think everything that I've said to you to this point, this entire quarter, encompasses this statement from McGilligot, which is the upside spot up vol, and then, of course, the overhang of the election in October. Sorry about that. Volatility overhang of the election. There is some overhang of geopolitical as well. If the market at any point gets scared, we could see that spot down, vol up trade, where you wake up one morning and we're down 30 points, or 30 points. We're down, 10%. Now, how do you hedge against that? You can't trade it, can you? The only way you can trade it is probably with a ratio of some kind. Maybe even a bigger ratio than the 2-to-1. You could do like 3-to-1 ratio or something like that, but you can't trade it as a bear. You can't be short in every goddamn rip. So your best trade is likely going to be some kind of a ratio structure to hedge against that trade. Limited exposure if you're going to the upside. That's the 0-day call fucking mania shit. Or be able to weather that move down. He's also saying to you that if, let's say, you're long the underlying since October, December, be okay with seeing a shock to the market between now and November 5th. Does that make sense to you guys out there or no? Read that note from the bottom up, not the top down. I posted it for you in the Discord. I will try to figure out I think everything that we've said or our positioning all falls in line with that trade even going the wrong way. So I don't see any cracks in that. I'm thinking it through again for like the 30th time, and I don't see any. I would not be reading that note. If you are reading that note and you think that means we're going to crash, do not read that note in that light. That is not what that note is saying. That note is just telling you that we won't get a normal pullback. It'll be like, bam, straight down, violent. You can't time that. There's no way to time that. Well, there is. Ratio spreads. That's the only way you can capture that trade, in my view. Maybe you guys have a better answer to that, but I don't know any other way. All you Tesla bulls, I got something for you too. I got a note here for you for Tesla bulls. You think this is the same trade as 2021? I don't see that same trade here. We called into 2021. I don't see it. You got to remember, someone mentioned earlier about the capture trade, the DivX capture trade. You got to remember that people that own SPY make money from 2-3 different ways. So there are like people out there that say things like, they'll say things like, SPY hasn't moved. How can you say you make all this money on SPY? You make money on SPY from the DivX. You make money on SPY from selling options. You make money on SPY by buying major lows. That's how you outpace the market. It's a full. So losing the DivX capture hurts you as a SPY owner, S&P 500 SPY owner, or S&P 500 owner.
1 minute till we get the market on close.
DivX is important to these guys. It's like a Mexican standoff in here, isn't it? Also note that if we don't ramp today right here into the bell, I will buy calls for tomorrow. Just note that if this doesn't print, if we don't start ramping into 415, I will buy calls for tomorrow. Same strike.
Looking at the market on close imbalance, the S&P 500 2.6 billion to the sell side, Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 2.1 billion, the Dow 30 a sell side of 600 million, and the Magnificent 7 a sell side of 730 million.
No, I'm looking for a move into the bell. I'm looking for like big green bars or big red bars, one or the other.
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
Do you guys understand there's like mechanics going on in the background? There's like a lot of mechanics. There's like wheels the entire quarter leading up to this day and tomorrow, and then the end of the month. There's like major wheels turning in the background. This isn't like a normal trading day. Today is not a normal trading day. Tomorrow's not a normal trading day. We're in like the big machine wheels are turning in the background. It's arbitrage. Yeah, I want to look at FTX too. I meant to look at FTX and I haven't had a chance. We're closing that FTX gap right now, huh? Been meaning to look at it for a week now. Look at FDX, right? Let me show you guys something cool. I'm not even going to show you. Look at FDX, right? Think about this right now. You got July 16th. Bring up FDX on a daily chart. At home, bring up a daily chart for FDX, okay? FedEx. Notice how you come into the beginning of the month. Look at June, look at July 1st, right? First week of July, they bought it. Ramped up, hit 312.31. They grabbed liquidity, right? Right? Sold calls on it. Oof. Coming into Opex right now, price swooped all the way up to 307.99. Do you think any of those FedEx underlying holders wanted to see FedEx trade above 312 into today or tomorrow? No. I'll show you right now. Hold on here. Give me a quick second. I got a great example for you. Okay. Let's think about something here, okay? This is why you trade quarters. So this is FedEx, right? This is FedEx, right? You had quarterly expo down here. So they didn't care what happened into the expo, did they? The Opex, not expo, to Opex, right? As soon as Opex was over, what happened? Ramp. FedEx was free to do whatever it wanted to do, right? And then you go into the first week of the Q2, right? New month flows come in, right? Like retirement flows, whatever the fuck they are, doesn't matter. They ramp it up. Oof. People that actually own FedEx sell a bunch of calls, don't they? Selling calls. FedEx goes down, 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 down. And we're into today right now, right? There's a guy over here, and he's watching this. He wants to see this right here. That's what he wants to see. He wants to see blood. Gets to keep his underlying, makes a bunch of money. Who do you think that guy is? Do you know who that guy is? That's like Carl Icahn, Bill Ackman, guys like that. Might not be them, but. And what are they seeing heading into this Opex? These guys are like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, 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 no. I don't want to lose that move higher, and I don't want to lose the money from the calls I sold, even if I get to own it and have to buy it back up here. I'm right where I started back here. Right? So I lose, basically. I'm flat on an entire quarter. So I'm not on FedEx in particular, but this is a nice clean chart to show it on. But think of this like it's SPY, and you've got some. Damn it. You've got some guy over here, and he's like watching SPY going, I don't want to see that. Now there's another group of traders over here. You got Bill Ackman over here. And you got a hedge fund over here, slick hedge fund. And they're like, oh, no, fuck Bill Ackman. I'm going to run this shit up right into Opex. I'm going to take his fucking dividend, and I'm going to dump his shares back down in his ass. Bill Ackman's over here, and he's like, I am fucking angry. What the fuck did you just do to me? And this guy over here has to buy like immediately. And now he's like all fucked up. Does that make sense to you? So arbitrage, there used to be more arbitrage than there is today. Back in the day, we're not even that far along, like maybe like 8-10 years ago, maybe longer, 10 years ago, 24, 10 to 7 years ago, longer than that, but up until about 7 years ago, you would see this arbitrage like this every day. Every single day you'd see it. People caught on to it, and then we have the rise of zero dates, puts, and calls. You don't see it as much as you used to. There aren't many days where you see it anymore. I attest it to zero dates. But back in the day, you would see like all this like funkiness going on. Everybody be exiting the market. And after the market closed, you would see like wild ass swings up and down and up and down and up and down. And you could like jump in on these things and like buy like a penny option. It would run to like 30 cents. And no one was paying attention to this. And it was like all machinations of dealers and algorithms and that kind of stuff. But so you don't see as much of it like you used to. Now, right now, because we're at Opex, there's a lot of potential for it, and they can't stop it. They want to, but they can't. So sometimes you can drop like 30 points on an Opex. Literally. Like you can go to like tomorrow, you could see like, boom, big giant red candle, like 30 points straight down. Last like minute or two of the last minute or two of tomorrow's session, you can see like a blast down in the depths of hell. Like literally buy like a put tomorrow. You could buy like a put tomorrow. Let's say we run this up, right? And then tomorrow at the bell, right at the bell, they'll go right down here. Does that make sense? And then you'll come back that Monday and it'll be like nothing ever happened. This is called arbitrage in here. And you can make thousands of percent. Thousands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000% in like 5 minutes. Nothing's happened so far here. I'll try again tomorrow and the close. We'll do it again. Get another chance to have it happen. They ain't done yet. You guys understand this stuff or no? I think some of you don't. At any rate, some of you do. If you didn't, we wouldn't be here where there's not as much of it as there used to be. It used to be sexy. You could go in, you could make your whole week in like 2-3 minutes at the end of a day. Zero dates have just like changed everything. We haven't lost any support here, guys. We haven't lost anything. It used to be like once a week. You get it on Fridays. It's like today I'll stick around to 4:15. Tomorrow I'll stick around to 4:15. If we're at 550 tomorrow, if we're at 575 tomorrow, I'm gonna buy 300 zero dates for like 2 pennies, 5 pennies, something like that. Last few minutes. You'll see me switch. If we're at 575 tomorrow, I'll definitely switching to puts. Last 5 minutes of the bell or something like that. Yeah, other wills try to take it away. Exactly. They try to take it away from each other. Abso-fucking-lutely. They try to get in and out, like in, out, in, out, in, out. They probably have done it already today. They've probably actually captured like 65s and 60s. We're at 70 right now. We're above 70, so they're in the money right now on 70s too. They've actually captured it, right? They've captured SPY at least. They've captured SPY as of today in the 70s, 65s, 60s. What was the low yesterday? So think about that. Let's look at this really quick before we stop the stream. Ready? This was yesterday's close, right? Yesterday's close. Anyone that sold calls up here, they've lost it, haven't they? So 65, 70s. And more than likely, the person that was had spreads dying over here, they were looking to capture the 360. I mean, 555s and 560 today. They're burned. They got torched today. Look at all that shit up there. I'm drawing all that shit out for you guys. Now comes the question: if they dump the market right on the open tomorrow, do they just hammer shares into tomorrow's open? You guys getting puts for tomorrow or no? Yeah, FDX should dump. It should dump. It should get hammered. Oh, yeah, it's down 10%. Isn't that crazy? Tells you how fake this market is, doesn't it? Think about the fact they're in Opex and this is going on. Yep, hold on. You don't think that you think that's normal? It's Opex. I'm going to take another trade here at 450, 414. So let me ask you another question about FedEx. What do you think the reason will be subscribed to for FedEx dumping after the bell? Did you ever see like bad reports or they dump it? Good reports, they dump it? Yeah, I've got a trade on right now, and I've got another trade I'm trying to put on at 414. I'm not sure yet. I want to see what happens in the bell. I'm not committed to anything at the moment. Did you ever see bad earnings where they go up, companies go up the next day? No? You guys forget about that shit? Great earnings when they dump? You guys just like, oh, the price went down and they had a bad report. Must be the reason? It's not the reason. It has nothing to do with that. I think Binky said it would go down too, didn't he? I think Binky had FedEx burning down to the ground. Yeah, it has to do with positioning in the market. I think Binky said it would burn too. I see it all the time. You guys are always like, why did they sell? It's like, I don't know. Like, I guarantee it was a positioning thing. Guarantee it had more to do with positioning than anything else. Oh. Yeah, the Israelis want to get some shit on, don't they? Israelis ready to go to war. They're not fucking around, are they? You guys think they're going to ramp up that war? Are you guys going to be on FinTwit all weekend talking about war? You guys going to spread the doom? Oh, awesome sauce. Oh, yeah, 45. That was great last night, wasn't it? Yeah, after Opex agreed. Who said that? Tony, I'm with you on that. Hold on, I gotta print my shit, man. The war has already started, sir. Fuck it. Just let it run until we won't drop it until after the Opex is done. Tell you the market's not fake and it is. Fucking all bullshit. Scam. Oh, dude, my fucking knee's killing me. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry. Having like spasms. They're like, take the 3 cent. I think I got 1 penny left in the 73s. They're offering me a penny on 73 right now, and I'm like, no, thank you. You just leave him on. You can have the penny. Ramp it or give me the penny or take the penny. I'm going to look at tomorrow real quick here. God, for 60 they want 20 cents for 60s for puts. 20 cents for puts for tomorrow. It's pricey. I'm not willing to spend 20 cents on puts for tomorrow. $0.22 for 560p is 22 cents right now. 75 is on the long side. So there's a good trade here. 575Cs are 19 cents and 560p are 22 cents. I wonder if I should do a split 1 for 1.
According to Punchbowl, the House Republicans are drafting a 3-month government funding bill.
22 and 19. I got a penny right now, and today I got burned on this trade. I got one more minute to take the penny, don't I? They're going to eat me here. No, that was a freebie. I give those as freebies. They're lottos. I announce them on air knowing that they're going to get counter traded. I do like one of those a week. It's like a test. You can always tell when they don't print. It's usually because they make them public. All right, we're at 4:15. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I've got a trade on for tomorrow. I posted it in the Discord, not on public, of course. Let me see if I can post. Give me a second here. My thesis behind that trade, I'm not going to say what the trade is. I'll just post it. Hold on a second. I got to tell you what the thesis is.
Taking a look at the market wrap for today's session, Wall Street traders betting that the Federal Reserve will be able to engineer a soft landing, fueled a rally in riskier market sectors, with stocks rising and reaching all-time highs. The S&P 500 rose 1.7%, setting a 39th record in 2024 and extending this year's surge to around 20%. Technology led gains, while defensive industries underperformed. The Nasdaq 100 gained 2.6%, while the Russell 2000 of small caps rose for the 7th consecutive session. Bitcoin rose 5%. Treasuries were mixed, with the shorter maturities outperforming longer ones. The dollar fell. The Fed's bold start to cutting interest rates combined with its determination not to fall behind the curve, has reignited hopes that the central bank may be able to avoid a recession. Data released Thursday showed that jobless claims fell to their lowest level since May, indicating that the labor market remains healthy despite a slowdown in hiring. The yield on 10-year treasuries rose to 2 basis points to 3.72%. The pound rose after the Bank of England held interest rates steady and said it would not rush to ease policy. The yen weakened ahead of the Bank of Japan's policy decision.
All right, that's all I got for you guys. James, that's fine, man. Actually, if you want to learn, you want to hear something cool? It's a great way to learn how to learn the mechanics of this trade, how to manage them. That's actually a really great trade to manage tomorrow. We'll have fun with it. Yeah, James V. We'll manage it together tomorrow, brother. It's not an easy trade to manage. It's a challenge. There's like those trades typically only print like 15 to 20% if you manage them well. You need everything to go right to get both sides. But they usually do pretty well. You should either break even or make like 20, 30%. I can't tell right now which way we're going. If they dump this shit tomorrow into the bell, we're going to make bank. If they squeeze us up in the overnight, we'll hit the 575, take the call side off, and then leave the put side on to the bell. Close tomorrow. That's how we'll do it. There's like a few options we can do. Yeah, I told him that too, TL. Like the moment I placed that trade publicly, I told people, I was like, I'm going to make this public. It gets counter traded. Like you get like 1 million people following the same stupid fucking trade. That's why I stopped making my trades public, because too many people, they're all fucking hammering the fucking copy trade. Why did I choose those strikes? Because we have a potential to hit 575 tomorrow, and we have the potential to hit 560 because yesterday they didn't want price at 570. They wanted price at 560 today. So I'm assuming that there's some trapped sellers down there. It's like, here, let's look at it. Good question. Why 560? Because of that right there. There's an asshole right here that's short. There's an asshole that sold all this shit, and he's hoping and praying. There's a guy in put spreads. There's a guy in there's people right now here that wants nothing more than to see price go down here by tomorrow close, if not deeper. So the thesis here would be on a short-term basis, go up there, bang that out, and hit that one right into the close. Even if it takes to the close like 4 o'clock or something. I don't know that it's going to happen. I can't guarantee this is going to happen, but it's a fun little trade, right? I think it's a great trade. I think it's a great trade in terms of like, you guys ever wake up and you're like, why is the market doing this right here? That's why. Same, the market should not be doing that right now. Well, it is, buddy. We just made I think I made 16K or 14K on that trade. So, you get some wackiness tomorrow. Wham, down there. Make another $20,000. I wouldn't make that much. I'd probably make like, if I manage it right, I can probably make like $2,000 or $4,000 somewhere in there. $5,000, something like that. Depends on how it goes. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Target, upside target. Tomorrow, 475 on the open.